أعوذ بالله من الشياطين الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. We say Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alameen. Allah is Lord of the worlds. My name is Fatiha Sharia. This is in association with Dr. Tutor. Dr. Tutor is my educational platform. Dr. Tutor is my educational platform where I tutor, teach, instruct math, physics, or you could math, physics, chemistry. It could be, again, any subject, but it's more, Dr. Tutor is more or less getting Mr. Sharia involved with your child's learning. You can say investing in your child's future, right? I think coming from, again, as black people in America, black people in America, we have a history of chattel slavery. So with a history of chattel slavery, we have really been breastfed literally on a Caucasian female nipple, and that's kind of horrifying to think about, when the Caucasian female is providing you. If you're an infant and you have just come from the womb, we haven't come from the womb of a Caucasian female necessarily. It just depends on how you look at it. But we have been breastfed. Like the Caucasian female has been our mammy. And so that's some heavy thought, right? But with a history of chattel slavery in America and coming up in a process of integration, where we are confident in our thought process and we're not really conscious, or we haven't been conscious until only recently, with the signs that Allah has given us from the brutality of the Caucasian. So it's integration, and as parents, we rely, like it's teamwork. And so part of our black family teamwork and our ignorance without correct guidance is that part of our team is the public educational school system. And with that mindset, we send our young people, our children, we send our children to these schools, public schools, correct? And you have the American flag. Correct. And so our children go in as young black men and young black women, and they come out really dead. There's so many, again, adjectives we can put right here. And we're talking about a mental death. Mental death. They go into the public school systems alive, mentally active, and they come out of the public school system mentally dead. And what you have up in these school systems is Caucasian females, again, the Caucasian mammy, female mammy. So, but it's education. God tells us in the scripture that his people, black people, are destroyed for lack of knowledge. If you do look at, if we go to Kemet, and we talking about what they call Africa, and Kemet is now called Egypt. And these are the pyramids. You have the Red Sea, and then you have a structure over here. This is the Kaaba, right? And then 20 miles from the scriptures that we read, 20 miles from the Kaaba, or this area right here, within this vicinity right here, you had a brother named Yaqub or Jacob from the Bible. The Arabic of Jacob is Yaqub. And Yaqub, you have satisfaction, you have dissatisfaction, and I just caught that Otis Redding spirit, right? You know, Otis Redding, yo, that brother, you know, and so, and just looking at like Kemet, that's real powerful, right? So, you know, if we had the time, see, that's another thing, right? If we had the mental freedom where we didn't have this beast on our back, we can really focus on like what that is, how the brain works in connection with the universe, because it's all connected. But when you do talk about Kemet and our ancestors and just that powerful spirit, right? So that I felt that, you know, to hear that brother really, like, you know, you can really hear, it's some, like when you speak about Mr. Redding, and again, it's music and he's an entertainer, but on some levels, how we get it confused is that the black man and black woman is still a struggle. Now, whether, you know, it's what we're doing to get that finance, well, we're going to tell you anything because we want that finance, right? But then to hear just that black man, right? To hear that black man and, okay, so anyway, not anyway, but okay. But you have the Kaaba right here. The Kaaba was a spiritual center or a certain type of temple where we went from across the planet, but probably particularly just in this area right here to make prayer to Almighty Allah. So 20 miles within this area of the Kaaba, we had a black man named Yaqub, and Yaqub had knowledge. So if we said Yaqub had knowledge, that means Yaqub had a certain mastery of math, analysis, right? Math analysis, big bank, take little bank, a certain type of higher level intelligence compared to people or a person or someone that has, not someone that's dumb, but someone that has no knowledge. And it's a learning process. Always understand that when God created Adam, this is biblical language, God was there to teach Adam, correct? So it's always some type of teacher. So you have a brother named Yaqub, you have black people in Arabia, black as space, that had little knowledge or no knowledge. They also were dissatisfied, is why I wrote this right here. And it's dissatisfaction that creates a certain type of situation or circumstance. So Yaqub, with knowledge, understood that there was satisfaction, dissatisfaction, and a certain percent dissatisfaction amongst the black people in this area in Mecca, Medina, Arabia. Again, these are the pyramids. All the same people. So these black people that were dissatisfied, they didn't have knowledge. And Yaqub lured, or I'm going to say seduced. Yaqub seduced, because the devil is a seducer. If God has not just made you into a devil, what God say, if God brings your spirit back to the planet to punish your spirit, then it's no necessarily what need for you to be seduced. So it's just trials and tribulations along with what it is. But these people in Arabia, black people, black as space, they had little knowledge or they had no knowledge. And they followed Yaqub from this dissatisfaction. And it was from these black people in Arabia where the black was grafted out, the black of the skin color or the hue. Remember, we're human beings. We're created from light, created from light. So again, Yaqub from the Bible is a usurper. So that's real powerful, correct? And so now, instead of looking at dark black people from this area, we're now looking at Caucasian people, and that's because of knowledge. And that's why, again, the anger of the Caucasian is against black people. It's an anger against Almighty Allah, but it's also an anger of jealousy of jealousy, how they have been tricked. Always understand that when you read the Bible, how do you bind a strong man? You bind a strong man by trapping him in his sins. So that's the whole situation with the monkey and teaching the monkey tricks or math analysis. And so again, getting back to my point, we're talking about the public school system, educational school system. God says my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. So these black people in Arabia used to be God's people, black people, my people. If my people who are called by my name would bow down and humble themselves and pray, then will I come and heal their land. Powerful scripture. I messed that up, but I pray we understand. So you got black people, God's people, that had no knowledge. My people, God again says my people, black people in Arabia, were destroyed for lack of knowledge. They had no knowledge that Yaqub was a usurper. So 6,000 years later, we're looking at Caucasian people, pale people, pale people, pale. That's a sickness. That's a sickness. And again, I can only imagine how black people that have not had a experience of chattel slavery, I do not really know. Really, the whole world is put to sleep, and I think that is in the book of Revelation. The whole world is put to sleep as far as black people, and only a few black people, again, this area, Arabia, that have knowledge of Islam or law, will clearly understand when they see Caucasian flesh that that's an abomination, a certain type of filth that's being removed from the planet. And so that's a heavy topic when we're just introducing what's going on. So we want to kind of just hold on and further walk this path. So my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. And to go from black skin, beautiful black skin, to pale skin, the abomination, the hellfire, you understand what God is saying. So again, it's Dr. Tutor. Dr. Tutor. And you know, to get me with your child one-on-one, you can have a group of young people. We Zoom available. Zoom available. And we will prepare your child educationally. And messing with the social media platforms, God showed me a further type of advertising for the parents who are kind of, who is this random black man on social media soliciting my funds for my child's attention to learn something called math analysis, to teach your child to master the public schools. I like public schools because I don't like public schools because you have to interact with Caucasian teachers or Caucasian authority. That's not real good. And again, the public school is a certain type of environment where Caucasian people in their perversity can take advantage of someone, of really children. It's really just about what they're doing with children is very sick as far as like the pedophilia or having sex with it's just manipulating young children. And they really want to get it. They really want to get it, right? It's an evolution, right? They've been raping. I'm talking about in the Caucasian world. Caucasian males been raping Caucasian young boys. That's been going on. And they even got the one thing called NAMBLA. And so I think that alone, but again, it's a Caucasian society. But I don't necessarily think the world understands like what's going on. Of course, people higher. I'm talking about like really Africa, because Africa is not really. It's the spirit of Islam or the spirit of God is draped over Africa. Well, we got a lot of black people now that have used Christianity in Africa in leadership roles, and they just getting the finance. They in bed with the whore. But reality is, because, again, the Holy Quran says that if you ever lose focus of the power of Allah and everything that is praised in Allah, well, just look at the environment. And right, so Africa is the Garden of Eden. So that's always the beauty of Africa is always going to remind you that it's Allah. So that's the spirit of Allah, the spirit of the creator of the heaven and the earth. So Africa is always at a certain level. Islam. Black skin is Islam. Then you talking about kente cloth and just a black man in Africa? What? That's Muslim. Okay, but then you talking about, are we practicing Muslims? Have we forgot our culture, or do we know our culture? So I say, again, because we have been put to sleep, the entirety of the black nation. When you have something called NAMBLA, I don't know, it's an acronym, but it stands for like the National Association of Caucasian Males having sex with little children. That's what it actually means. And so that's real. Like with that alone, like how can you? We ain't even gonna talk about black people now. Again, all Caucasian people, they're the same people. It's really one. It's the Caucasian race, which is one Caucasian male. So he's not if he's a part of NAMBLA, like he's not gonna come out. Like we don't have nothing in black society. Even if you take the worst of the worst of black society, black people in America, Judah. If you take the worst of the worst, because I only believe you're only going to get the worst of the worst from Judah in America. Now, you could talk about polytheism. I think you might have severer or more severe polytheistic or animalistic type of God worship in Africa, in India. Well, that's dealing with idol worshiping. But how would I say it? I would say like the spiritual development of the human being. I don't think you're going to have nothing worse than what the black man going to give you in America. But the black man is not going to give you no NAMBLA. Not as a majority. No. So when black people are okay, let's look at China. And of course, the president of China, he's not black like dark black, but he's black like the Native American after the Caucasian then came in and killed majority, and he then came up from that wickedness. Then you have him. So that's his hue, correct? But okay, so when you look at him and you look at the discipline of that country from their history, in his mind, it's just not possible, brothers and sisters, with the culture, with the Chinese culture, with their culture. Understand now, I don't know really what kind of laws they have about homosexuality, but it might be the death penalty. I think that's Russia. So I don't know. Let's go to AI, and let's ask AI about the kind of laws they have against homosexuality in China. What kind of laws do they have against homosexuality in China? What kind of laws do they have against homosexuality in China? In China, homosexuality is not illegal. Okay, they decriminalized. Okay, well, they did get into China. 1997 was a good year, too. Now again, this is a program, and regardless of how phenomenal the program is, it's still somebody programming this. But they say it was decriminalized 1997. Before that, it was considered a criminal offense. So it was a crime. Now, a good study is to see, like when you start talking about, when you can, I apply this type of thinking to the stock market, because the stock market, you can make phenomenal financial gains with the stock market if you understand social activity. The stock market, social activity. Social activity is just how the people think, the mindset of the people. Going back to Yaqub and satisfaction, dissatisfaction. right? They say Yaqub could hear. And when you start to understand, is seek ye first the kingdom of God and all of his righteousness, when you start to seek God, you start to actually practice your culture. Get out of the strange religion. The Caucasian female is a strange religion. Let's call her a religion. That's a strange religion. Having sex with animals is strange. Now, that's not a strong enough adjective to get our young children to understand. Well, I don't know, a young child would really probably understand that better when you use the word strange, but they got, like, when you start talking about antiquity language, the language that black people speak, we got way stronger language to get you to understand, brothers and sisters, that Caucasian people will tell you that it's okay to have sex with animals. But that's strange. Homosexuality is strange. So to hear the mindset of what the people are saying, that's social activity. And social activity guides when you can hear what the stock market is doing. So again, I say all that because why and then who was the American president? And let's look at it from that perspective. Who was the American president in 1997? 1997. Okay, Bill Clinton was the president, and that make a little bit more sense because Bill Clinton was real diplomatic, and he also could he just had a way about him. Now that I'm gonna stereotype him, but understand. Well, let's look at it like this: what was Bill Clinton? What was Bill Clinton? What was Bill Clinton before he was president? What was Bill Clinton before he was president? Okay, he was the governor of Arkansas. Okay, yeah, he was racist as hell. Okay, so let's go to China. Who was the president of China when homosexuality was decriminalized in China? Who was the president of China when homosexuality was decriminalized in China? When homosexuality was decriminalized in China in 1997, the president was Jiang Zemin. He served, listen to this now. He served as the general secretary of the Chinese Communist Party. Yo, that's powerful. How in the world, like what, and they didn't kill this brother? He made homosexuality legal. It was illegal in China. Why did he do that? At the same time, now they do say Bill Clinton had a strong relationship with the same homosexual, I don't know his name, I even think he committed suicide, but they was real tight. So, but even in how tight they was, and realize now, again, we get it confused because it's black people. We're very powerful in this country. And it's not, it has nothing to do with just growing up in what they call the concrete jungle. Right? Dealing with people from a cave. No, the God has made the black man and black woman real strong. But we're still in a very submissive, passive, castrated role in America. Right? I say that because in our strength, we still, like when you look at Bill Clinton, he's weak. Now, yeah, he could always, get somebody to kill you, but that's still a certain type of cowardice weakness. But Bill Clinton is very weak. You look at Bill Clinton, look at George Bush, the Jr. George Bush will punch Bill Clinton in the face. Now, I'm not saying Bill Clinton is a sucker, but no, Bill Clinton, when you just look at him, he's a weak Caucasian male, feeble. He's a feeble Caucasian. And then when you talk about the homosexuality, the homosexual that he was aligned with, he's very feeble. But then when you look at China, so it's a lot of things we don't understand and how people portray to the Negro in America their strength, but they're really not strong, brothers and sisters. Again, the Bible calls the black man and black woman strong people. So you got to look at all of that. And I'm saying, where I'm getting confused at is that, well, let's look at this. Let's ask this question. How much American land did China buy between 1995 and 2005? How much American land did China buy between 1995 and 2005? Between 1995 and 2005, China's purchase of American land was minimal compared to more recent years. Okay, so hold on a second. Most land domestic economic growth, okay. Post 2005, so post 2005. Okay. So we're in the right area how that took place for China to do that. It's not possible, brothers and sisters, for this brother to be, let's go back to what they say he was the general secretary of the Chinese Communist Party. It's just not possible, brothers and sisters. Let's go to the internet and let's get a picture of what this brother looks like. Now, I think they say his name was, let's see what his name is, right? Jiang Zim. Okay, he got a crazy ass last name, right? So we don't understand that, right? Jiang Zemin. And then maybe God also was saying that. Okay, so this is what he looks like, brothers and sisters. So you could just, let me make sure before I just show that picture. Have to learn patience. Okay, this is now this is Wikipedia. And again, they all control what we're looking at. Now understand the thought process, right? We went a certain type of intellectual thought. Always understand that the Bible says that, brothers and sisters, our antiquity wisdom says that if you have a problem that you can solve, it's conversation, back and forth conversation to get to a point where that problem is solved. So if we come in and disrupt, again, as the planet rotates around the sun, if you cause a disruption in that rotation, you'll have all types of earthquakes and natural disasters that will kill billions of people. So this is the same type of process, same type of God thought process. So they're giving us all of this. So again, we don't control it, but this is what it looks like. Don't he just look, he look like he on the stock market. So that's probably what it was, brothers and sisters. But I say that again, like it's not no, unless they gave China, like the only way they could jump that off is if they gave China trillions of dollars. Like there's no way that if you're the ruling, unless they that dumb, again now, we put so much emphasis on the fact that they have a God, like even though they're light-skinned, they still have a God-like appearance, like they just look like God created them. It's more of a sign, right? So he looked like he on the stock market though. Like it's not even the clothes he got on, but it is the clothes he has on. But it's really just, you can't, like the thought process. You can't have, a beast is a beast. So I'm gonna say this, right? Let's ask the computer this. So he messing. So somewhere the stock market is involved with why they did that, why they made it illegal. Let's look at how much American debt China took on between 1995 and 2005. How much American debt did China take on between 1995? China took, you see again, now they say, listen what they say now. Between 1995 and 2005, China significantly increased its holdings of U.S. debt, particularly U.S. Treasury securities. Okay. So we're going to leave that alone, right? That's just something to get us to understand the thought process. Again, we're coming up from slavery. It's analysis. Not only is it analysis, it's math analysis. So let's look at it now. Let's look at President Bill Clinton now. They talking about, they say black people love him, but always understand, brothers and sisters, always understand that we don't understand what God is actually doing for us because we want to live the life of a Caucasian. That's really what it is. We don't understand how God has actually revenged us and is revenging us. And you can just look at that Caucasian people being removed from the planet, brothers and sisters. All the scripture says that. You can even see that. You can put it in your mind when you just start talking about the ailments. I had my brother, I was, again, and looking at why we as black people suffer, but it's the suffering of the Caucasian because we have assumed the Caucasian culture. If we would accept our own culture, Islam, it's our culture. In the beginning, a black man, God, Allah, created the heaven and the earth. That's our culture. And that culture is Islam. That's the culture. Islam was the culture that came with the planet. So not only are you not practicing your culture, not only are you not practicing your culture, but you're practicing the culture of a Caucasian male. And he give you the Caucasian female to follow. He got you following a Caucasian female. And understand, right? Like these Caucasian people that be listening with the Wi-Fi. And it was the most honorable Elijah Muhammad that introduced. I wanted to make a point with this. I didn't want to lose that thought. I knew I was going to lose that thought. Yeah, I didn't lost that thought, right? No, we was talking about Bill Clinton. Let me write this here. Bill Clinton. But it was the most honorable Elijah Muhammad that educated Black America in the world, the world of black people, that the Caucasian male uses the Caucasian female as a slave, as a workhorse, as the whisperer, as he sits back, because he is the king. He gets that from black people, from Moses. Again, why do we as black people don't understand? Now I understand that if the king is killed, and if they don't, we talking about black people, and if they don't have no protocol, who's to govern the people in a time of war, then it's the queen that assumes that authoritativeship. So, on one level, you can say the black man is dead. So now the black woman has to step up and vocalize our fight against these devils. So that's understandable. But is the black man mentally dead? No, I don't know. Maybe in certain areas of America, right, the black man is mentally dead. I only say it from a national perspective, because if the black man is dead, but you will find him at a Republican convention. We talking about Democrat, the politics of American society. Politics of American society. He might be ignorant, spiritually ignorant. He might be dumb. That's kind of dangerous. It's actually real dangerous. Black man talking about he a Republican. Well, that's not dangerous. What's dangerous is a black man being at a Republican convention. That's what's dangerous. So he must be some type of thrill seeker. So that's a lie. Black man Republican at a Republican convention? We ain't even talking about he support Donald Trump and all of that. I'm just talking about he say he Republican, he vote Republican. You'll see him at a Republican political convention. No, that black man very much alive. He might not be conscious. He unconscious alive. That's why I say that the black man is not dead. But in certain areas, the black man can be dead mentally. So in those areas, you had a black woman right. But my point is, you do not have in American society nowhere. Let me say it again. You do not have in American society nowhere a Caucasian female saying anything about what they gonna say to a Caucasian male. Nowhere. That's a sign for us as black people to understand. Where do Caucasian males get that from? On one level, it's a bestiality mentality. The bestiality mentality is that they don't even listen to the Caucasian female. The black man will listen to the black woman. Yeah, we're going to listen to what this black woman got to say. We're going to make this. We going to make decisions. We're going to come together. And make decisions about our children. We're going to come together and make decisions about our children. So we gonna listen to what you got to say as my wife, right? But on certain levels, you know what I'm saying? Well, again, you know, certain things the black woman can't really talk to the black man about. No, this is my thing. I'm assume ownership of this. And then certain things the black man can't talk to the black woman about. She gonna tell you, nah, you need to mind your business. I'm gonna take care of this. Okay. But the Caucasian male, he don't even listen to the Caucasian female. For what? Why? The only... But I say that because they don't get that from even though they have a beast mentality, they don't get that from animals. How the rulership of the male in the Caucasian male-female society, that comes again from the rulership of black people, is my point, what I wanted to make. But let's get back focused. Nowhere. And if that Caucasian female tries to step up and become vocal, she will be raped. They will rape her to shut her up. Caucasian females, brothers and sisters, you know, use the black woman, the black man to vocalize what they want. So they'll kill these black people because we're not going to get killed. That's the Caucasian female. That's a coward. She get it from the Caucasian male. So that, you know, just so we understand. But what was my point on that? We were talking about Bill Clinton. Okay, we was understanding. Okay, so that's what I want to say. Okay, so look now. I got off that thought, and you know, I don't know. Do I need to bring it back? It was a powerful thought. Okay, no, it's not going to necessarily make sense, but just again, so we understand. Listen to my brother. He had a young brother speaking, and just in the conversation, his mother died of cancer. The young brother's grandmother died of cancer. Then I thought about it. I was like, my granddaddy died of cancer. No, that's not. So, again, I seen that. Now, look, that's the hellfire. God is using cancer to remove the Caucasian people from the planet. When you lose your skin color, remember they were black people. God said, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. They didn't have no knowledge, the usurper. So now they have lost their skin color. So now cancer is a dominant removal of Caucasian people from the planet. But black people practice the culture of Caucasian people. So if you take 3 random black men, and each one of these black men had an elder that died of cancer, that's not strange activity. American Cancer Society, if you go to their internet site, American Cancer Society, Caucasian internet site, that's like the Department of Education. That's like the Department of Defense. They're not no put together, just a couple of Caucasian people trying to hustle. Even though, well, the hustle, they trying to hustle, but it's not a couple. It's a majority of what America is going on. The American Cancer Society say, look, black people, 1 in 3 of y'all gonna have cancer. But they tell the same thing to the Caucasian. Look, Caucasian people, 1 in 5 of y'all gonna have cancer. So I just wondered, I seen that and I was like, you know, that's a crime. Is my point. It's a crime. But if you ain't got no police, You ain't got no judges. You ain't got no criminal system. No, you got a criminal system. You ain't got no workers to work the system. God just let that area of the planet weed up until he come and burn it. So it can weed up and then God burn it, or God will raise messengers to cut the weeds, to raise the people up, get the people organized, give them uniforms, overalls, boots, sneakers, shovels, tractors, animals. God will raise up messengers in that weeded area. Because other than that, it's going to go from weeds to a desert. You know what a desert is. It's just going to be a desert. The sun going to be beaming. That's the hellfire in this world. And it ain't going to be no food, no water, nowhere. You got to walk 300-400 miles. I just thought that was real powerful. Again, God say we destroyed by degrees. And I thought that was real powerful, because we do deal with ignorant black people that follow the ways of the devil in the hellfire, where it's because we weak. As black people grown up in a culture of a Caucasian female, we're very weak and feeble, mentally, physically. A lot of our extremities are horrible. You talking about the gums of your teeth, right? Your tongue, the tips of your fingers, your throat, the muscle behind your ear. You got certain extremities, the toes on your feet, our feet in general. Those extremities are very feeble. We're very weak. All of that affects our intelligence because of Caucasian female. But you'll see the Caucasian female out here barefoot. We laugh at that. But then if you go back to where we come from, they all bare feet. So we laugh at, we don't necessarily laugh at that. We think that's a certain amount of poverty. But Jesus wasn't poor. But you'll see Jesus with some sandals, right? Now, he will take his feet off, and he going to walk from Egypt to Jerusalem barefoot. But Jesus, he going to have them sandals on his shoulders. But I seen that, look at how God worked, right? God grow you up from a child. It's the sins of the parents passed down to the children, to the third and fourth generation. So God grow you up. Then you have children, God grow them up, right? But all of this is wickedness. But you see trees, you talking about America, trees, and you got grocery stores, and it's raining and everything beautiful. But you come to that third and fourth generation of children, they grow up, it's a desert. And not only is it a desert in America, we talking about the entirety of America as a country. It could just be, if you're in Virginia, like the Book of Eli, which is real powerful. And I want to give a big shout out to those brothers that made that movie. They actually are very talented. And I think that the Hughes brothers, I just kind of like, they got good cinema, like how they work them cameras. They got, like, certain movie directors have certain attributes that God show you where they're blessed at. And they got certain attributes with how they did the ones to stay focused. How they did the one scene at the when Mr. Washington, they had the Caucasian female, they came up on that one house where they had the older people there with the shotgun. That scene was just real power. I like it. They got that type of style. But with that movie, the Book of Eli, something had happened on the planet, but that was America, where the sun did a flash and it blinded some people. But the brother was walking from the East Coast to the West Coast. You're not going to be able to make that walk if it's a desert. I'm not walking from Virginia. I'm not really walking out the state if I ain't got no water and no food. You understand what I'm saying? So these things is out here, and we don't even have no knowledge of that, and we don't even understand. What's going to happen is that God is already showing it to us by degrees. So we thank you, Almighty Allah, for your mercy. Because I was going to say that if it wasn't for God showing it to us by degrees, then God is just going to bring that on. It's called the shock of the hour. God is just going to bring that on. And that's going to be it. But because, now look now, I don't know, right? God ain't showing it to everybody by degrees. Like some people don't even know, right? So again, I thank you, Almighty Allah, for saving me from that. Because I was one of them people. I had no knowledge of the wickedness. But let's get back focused. So the American Cancer Society now, they say 1 out of 5 people, Caucasian people, gonna have cancer. That's what they say now. That's strange. For 3 black men and 3 random parts of American society, each had their grandparent or their parent, grandparent, die of cancer. No. Ooh, each one of us ain't got no herpes, no gonorrhea, AIDS. We ain't got none of that. But each one of them had cancer and died from it. So again, we were talking about Bill Clinton, and my whole point is that what I want you to understand is it's only me and you, brothers and sisters, that uphold the country. Talking about America. Caucasian people don't really care, brothers and sisters. Again, they're going for themselves. It's an illusion. They don't really care. They might come together, a couple of them, to form like a gang or organization, and then they'll move forward. But no, it's really, they just going for themselves. I say that because Bill Clinton was president, but he sold the country, because again, they said that Bill Clinton, okay, so there it is also. They say, okay, yeah, there it is. They said that it was Bill Clinton that sold the production rights. It was Bill Clinton that sold, he used his office of presidency to sell production overseas. So he sold that to China. And because of that, China in turn, so that goes back to the same thing Barack did with same-sex marriages. That's real powerful. I mean, it's nothing to get in. I mean, if I was Caucasian, I would be very, again, why would the Caucasian, I just seen this sick shit. We got the one situation, right, where they had the police officer. This is in Cincinnati, Ohio. And this is something that we should look at. I don't want to put too much emphasis on it because God is so much involved in that situation. Like God is in that situation. Now, and then again, God works in ways that we don't understand. Like it's so very, like the black man involved. He's so very, I'm not going to say he's insignificant as an insignificant black man. But in the scheme of what's going on the planet, you got President Putin, President Zelensky, you got Donald Trump, you got black men that are controlling parts of Africa, that are doing major things to affect the shift in how America, how the planet moves towards Islam, peace, the superiority rulership of black people on the planet, the removal of the devil. You got major black people across the planet. But here in this little, it's not a town, but you know, and then Cincinnati, even though it's a big city, it could be considered like a town. It's like Miami, Florida, before people knew about Miami, Florida, right? Like, you know, it's Cincinnati, right? You see it on the map, you know it's a city, but you probably won't really appreciate that it's a big city until you get there. But within this area, you have a black man now. They say this black man, his son was killed by a Caucasian police officer. Again, brothers and sisters. I cannot tell you what to do, right? I cannot tell you what not to do. But I'm saying, brother, okay. I don't know the mindset. Well, I do know the mindset, but in 2020, well, no, I don't know the mindset, but the young brother, they were in a stolen vehicle, allegedly stolen. The young brother got out with a gun. At first, we didn't know whether it was a gun or not, but then I think now, after seeing people speak on it, he did have a gun. They got footage of it now. He ran between some trash cans, some big dumpsters, and he was waving the gun. So they say, and then the cop shot him in the back, and they say the cop feared his life. So his father, once his father seen the video and became distraught and seeing his son killed by a Caucasian police officer again, another young brother that been killed again by some stinking ass Caucasian male, right? It ain't even got nothing to do with chattel slavery no longer. It's now we are beginning to see what the most honorable Elijah Muhammad always said. See, initially, again, we dumb. We are very dumb as black people. And Caucasian people know that. They don't have no knowledge. You have no knowledge. Initially, we think it's, well, because we were slaves in this country. Caucasian people didn't hate us before slavery. They only started hating us once they made us a slave. And that's our mindset. We think it's slavery. So police always been shooting us down and killing us. But again, see, and we can't even say it started with like segregation and the Jim Crow laws. No, because before segregation was what? Was slavery. But before slavery was what? It was God. And we killing Caucasian people. You better take your stinking ass somewhere else. You can't come around here. That was before slavery. But then what God say, well, damn, again, if I done sent my only son to you, brother and sister, and you reject him, and you follow the ways of the devil, then there's nothing more I can do. After 3,000-4,000 years, you gonna still deny Jesus? And I understand that, Jesus was only 2,000, but Jesus said, look, when I was with God, I was with God before he made any of that. I was there with him. So I didn't give you Jesus 3,000, 4,000 years, and you deny Jesus. So it's nothing more I can. So it was slavery. And then the Caucasians started killing us. How you trap a strong man. That's the end of it. So initially, I can't even say initially no longer, but then when black people started to create the lie, the 80s and the 90s, that they was Caucasian people, integration, like when integration started picking up and started really, when integration started actually, after it had integrated, when integration had integrated, and black people started to think that they was Caucasian, then It was these police killing our young people just for nothing, getting away with it. So then that started to be commercialized or vocalized. I would prefer to use the word vocalize. We started vocalizing it, letting people know, right? Then we started commercializing it. But again, so now, again, it comes to a point where it's so filthy, it's too much filth, that God will raise up someone to tell that Caucasian devil, no, you Caucasian. You an abomination on the planet. You being removed from the planet. You being removed from the planet. It's like water. Water flow until you put something there to redirect this flow. That's how God works. So I don't want to get too much into that at this time because, it's just, we want to see what's going on. God raises up someone. God raises up someone, like the situation with Haiti. When you're on an island, always understand Willie Lynch, John Hawkins, before they took the black African to America to be a slave, they took them to an island. They homosexuals now. They faggots. John Hawkins is a faggot, homosexual. That don't mean nothing. Only that we just pray Almighty Allah only that he'll F you in the butt as a male. But that filth, see, when it's an island, that filth of homosexuality, it can't breathe. It's contained on this little area. So the brothers and the sisters be crying so loud for God to hear them. We pray so loud as a group of people for God to hear us. What did God do? God raised up a black man, Muslim, carried the Quran around with him on this island. Carried the Quran around with him on this island. God raised him up. You talking about 200 years later. What's that, 1800s? 1805? The Haitian Revolution? You talking about 1555, 1655, 1755, 230 years. You talking about the filth of faggot slavery. You mean to tell me them Caucasian males coming from Europe after, look, it's production now. We're going to make all these chains. We're going to chain all these Caucasians. They didn't just get on them ships holding hands. No, they was chained. That's production. It's results. Like again, they got something called CAD, and that's computer-aided designs. Like when you talk about a vehicle, before you actually make the car, you got to design it. They do it with Eric. A'udu billahi minash shayatina rajim. They do it with everything. Bismillah, Rahman, Nirahim. You talking about results. So it's called computer-aided design, CAD. It's called Autodesk. Was the one software that is CAD. Autodesk is a computer-aided design. And when I took this class, I learned the reason why I found it so phenomenal is because results. Results. Again, this struggle in America as a black man specifically, when you look at the stock market, we're talking about the results. Say you've been looking at, you've been analyzing, or you've been watching this stock. and you've been studying it, and you say, okay, this is a good start. Market capital, 100 billion. Right? You can have a FPE 8.7. You can have a PE. I just learned this too, and I want to thank that brother. Minority Mindset. This is a brother on YouTube. He's from India. Now he's not a dark Indian, and I mean, you know, just to keep the environment correct. But he's from India. The name of his social media channel was Minority Mindset, and he answered a lot of my questions, right? Like, you know, when he talked about the potential, like when he talked about the PE ratio, I think it's I know it, right, but I can't think of what the P stand for. But it's hold on one second. It's the price of the company or the market capital of the company divided by its earnings. No. It's the market capital of the company divided by the stock price. Okay, so I gotta, but I know it now, right? Like when I seen that, like I've been looking at that, I've been messing with the stock market for like 3 years, right? And messing with Dr. Watkins, right? You know, Dr. Watkins, I don't know, right? Like when Dr. Watkins go in, like you gotta really take his class. Like you gotta really join the Black Business School to really get that 2018, 2017 Dr. Watkins. Like, you know, I had a chance to take some of his class. I had like a little small subscription for a short period of time. And yo, I used to love like 2018, 2017, Dr. Watkins. Yo, he just straight geared to you, right? So, you know, and he show flashes of it every now and then, but again, I think you gotta just take his class, right? Pay that subscription. But this brother, the Minority Mindset, he explained what that was. It was just real good. So again, the PE is, let me see, if you got a low PE, that means the market capital is high, but the stock price is low. And if you got a high, say you got what you want is a low market capital and a high stock price. That's what you want, I believe. Okay, but just because I'm keeping it moving. Okay, so all of that's good, right? So you looking for them results, and you put your money in, and the stock go down. So no, you don't get no results. So in that mindset, right? In that mindset, when I got introduced to CAD, and we started messing with Autodesk, and you start designing, yo, they give you what you want. It's like, look at it like this. Like with AI. You ask AI anything, AI gonna give you what you want. That's results. No, that's only two things. You mess with people nowadays, you ask somebody to do something, they not gonna do what you say. Not that you telling them what. You can even be the boss. You got workers. You gotta threaten people that you gonna fire them. That's not even healthy for your spirit. I got to fire you. I'm paying you decent. And you still won't do what I'm asking you to do. I got to fire you and threaten you, and you still won't do it. So you're not getting no results. But if you get that Autodesk, that CAD Inventor, it's called Inventor. They got a whole bunch of products, but it's called Inventor. You get that Inventor. What? If you get that Inventor 2024 and you start messing with it, yo, they give you exactly, I'm talking about complicated constructions of component parts. You talking about like screws, and you talking about ball bearings and gears and the little, say, whatever, like if you talking about like a watch, We ain't talking about the actual watch. We talking about you got to design, say you got a leather band and the leather band connect to the piece that give you the time, that little pin that you slide in between that leather band, you got to design that, right? So you do the little circular and then you get it to extrude. And so listen, it give it to you. So that's results. You're like, damn, it might work, it might not work. I went through a lot of things. It didn't come from slavery. Even though, I mean, we do come from slavery now. Coming from slavery, you know, is it going to work for us, right? What they always say? Caucasian water always colder? No, water cold if you make it cold. Caucasian just didn't build the refrigerator. He ain't built it. He stole it from the black man. But the Caucasian got finances from slavery to have a refrigerator. And me and you, we got to wait till God say cool the water, which is not bad, right? Just a mindset. So it's results, right? So, when you have results, my whole point is that, brothers and sisters, God raises up messengers when the filth is so severe, where God say, no, that's the end of that devil. It's a communication between God and the devil. You can put yourself in that conversation as black men and black women, which is ignorant. The devil not going to hear what you're saying. Brothers and sisters, okay, I'm not going to keep speaking on that. But let's understand. Let's just understand. If you can't come outside and breathe the air, the Bible says that a flaming sword would be put in the east end of the garden. That's just knowledge. The east end of the garden is just to signify where the knowledge is. The flaming sword is the sun. Then the Bible further tells you to let you know that not only will there be a flaming sword that turns in every direction, circular, spherical, talking about Aristotle, Pythagoras, going back into history, Imhotep, and the many, 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 many brothers and sisters that we have, mathematicians that we have no knowledge of. Flaming sword, turn in every direction. And cherubims, Muslims, will be put at the east gate. Okay. So for some reason, I don't know, we ain't learned that. That's why I say it's a certain level of insanity. But again, to stay focused, God raised up this brother. You hear, you see, but you still not Muslim. Then what God tell you? God tell you the first black republic in the Western Hemisphere. We say, oh, we don't care about that. But Brian Gumble will be the first black man, anchor man on NBC. And we want to be like Brian Gumble. Oh, okay. So that's just a coincidence. No. The impact of that one black man that God raised up to bring them black people that was screaming from the atrocities of the faggotism on that island. God raised up that black man. It ain't got nothing to do with what the devil doing to Haiti 2025. It's what the Haitian people are doing to themselves. God is removing them from the planet and all of their glory. They not even strange women. I'm looking at the black women from Haiti. God then blessed them and they still out here with doo-doo in they butt. Now I say that out of respect, but it's true. Okay, so these police officers, I mean, okay, I was about to say, like, how can you, like, let's look at it like this. Let's look at it like this. Let's understand this. Who was George Stinney? I'm just gonna give it to you like this first to see if what the computer say. Then we're gonna be more specific. This is Black history, American history. Okay, call him Junior. Okay, George Stinney was 14. I thought he was 12. Let's look at this. They got him as 14. I got this story initially, again, from the Final Call newspaper. I think the Final Call newspaper said he was 12. I'm not going to research it. We're just going to look at that, though. But let's look at this now. George Stinney. He's not Muslim. This is 1944. Remember Master Farad Muhammad came 1930? Master Farad Muhammad came with the supreme wisdom. Supreme wisdom. And so again, okay. But this is 1944. George Stinney. Let's just read about the brother Stinney. George Stinney Jr. was a 14-year-old black American boy who in 1944 became the youngest person in modern U.S. history. Look how I like how the government, I like how AI says modern. Right? But I think that might be incorrect because I don't see the Caucasian. Well, no, that is correct. Because during chattel slavery, see, that's my ignorance. During chattel slavery, the Caucasian male, if he was going to kill a group of black slaves, children included, he probably would make them sit somewhere. Like he didn't just, like when he made it up in, like, you know, the beast, when the beast made it up in his mind that he was going to, you know, again, it come from the parents. When he made it up in his mind that he was going to kill this black man and this black woman, his slaves, and he was going to kill all their children, when he made that up in his mind, he didn't just go and kill them, right? He put them somewhere, and he let them know, children included, that he was going to kill them. So that's a little bit like giving them the death penalty, giving a little child the death penalty. Then you talking about like little children, right? 5 and 6 years old. But this brother right here, so he say the computer say modern. George Stinney, understand this now, understand this. Let's understand this. George Stinney Jr. was a 14-year-old American boy, black American child, who in 1944 became the youngest person in modern U.S. history to be executed. His case is widely regarded as grave let's look again now. what we have to understand, George Stinney Jr. was a American black child that was 14 years old. We're going to say 12 years old. He was 12 years old. He became the youngest person in modern U.S. history to be executed. Okay, so let's understand. Now, this took place, or he was from South Carolina. I want us to understand. He was 12 years old, brothers and sisters. 12 years old. 12 years old. George Stinney. Let's remember this brother's name. Now, again, it's many. And this is a reflection on my ignorance collectively when we talk about black people being conscious and responsibility and how we're so far. Now, I'm not saying we're not striving, but we're so far from what it is. Like, we're very, 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 very far from what it is, right? But it's George Stinney. I don't even know why. Well, we don't know is why. And not too many people outside of the 2 or 3 million people that read the Final Call really gonna know who George Stinney is. Do they have him? Do they have this brother in the museum? The African American Museum is George Stinney. Like, why didn't they put a statue of George Stinney? Like, when you go in, like, who designed that, right? Like, they could have just built the house, made it 5 or 6 floors, and just put a picture of his face. Like, so is he in there? Something? They got Michael Jordan in there. How come Michael Jordan ain't utilized, got some type of memorial for this brother? Let's understand now. George Stinney, he was 12 years old. George Stinney was accused of murdering 2 young white girls, 2 Caucasian girls, females. Betty Beneker and Mary Thames. Right, so again, we talked about the pedophilia and the hatred of the Caucasian male against the Caucasian female. Like, that could go so many ways. But let's say this, right? I seen AI say white girls. Let's ask AI, is a white person a Caucasian person? Is a white person a Caucasian person? The terms white and Caucasian are often used interchangeably. Okay, so let's be more specific. Let's just say yes or no. Yes or no. Is a white person a Caucasian person? Yes, a white person is generally, okay. So now let's ask the computer, are Caucasian people really the color white? Are Caucasian people really okay, no. Caucasian people are not literally the color white. The term white is a social construct. Ooh, that's powerful. Look now. The term white is a social construct. That means it's possible, brothers and sisters. It's possible. Math analysis, socially construct Black America to be Muslims. But again, it's only going to be a couple. So I think that's just how God has it. But it's a social construct. It's unheard of. If you go back 3,000, 4,000 years and you talking about these pale people, the devil, you talking about the devil. You know, they got all kind of names for these Caucasian people living in the cave having sex with animals. Yo, they got all kinds of scriptorial commission names, hieroglyphic names for that atrocity, that abomination. You talking about these people, white people? That black man, he alive. So social construct, they socially constructed, socially engineered. Where you don't even know, you talking about Caucasian people, pure people, righteous people. The term white is a social construct used to categorize people of lighter skin tones, to typically of European descent, but their skin color ranges from pale to light tan, not true white. Ooh, that's powerful, right? So that lets you know right there, look, white is not even a part of the color scheme. Listen to what the computers say. The skin color ranges from pale to light tan. So it ain't no white in there. It ain't got nothing to do with it. Okay. All right. Okay. So let me go back to what we start. George Stinney. George Stinney. Remember, it's a social construct. You can socially construct. They do it on drugs, gangs, homosexuality, whatever negativity the devil. We'll construct some shit now. We'll construct that thing and put it, but it only lasts for a little bit of time. But to socially construct righteousness, to socially construct righteousness. So, George Stinney was accused of murdering two young Caucasian females, Betty Beneker and Mary Thames, whose bodies were found in a ditch after being bludgeoned with a railroad spike. George Stinney was arrested and interrogated without a lawyer or parents. 1944, he was not given due process. After hours of questioning, okay, so this is my point, brothers and sisters. This is what I'm trying to get you to understand. How should I say this? I seen George Stinney. It hurt me bad when I first read it. You talking about this was back in when I first found this information. I was sitting here reading the Final Call, 2010. I'm reading the Final Call. I see this story. The brother right there, they got him in the prison uniform. I think he got like a black-eyed Caucasian male and punched him in the face. So I found out about that, right? I was just like, damn. So that's kind of stayed with me, right? So, again, we got people listening. And again, it's Wi-Fi. Now, we didn't kind of, like, we didn't kind of strayed away from just, like, we just more or less into our discipline and understanding what God is doing to these devils. But you talking about Wi-Fi and people listening. And again, the brain is like a radio wave. And so it's not like a radio wave. The brain is like a radio. It actually, the brain works like a radio where it picks up frequencies. So when you have these Caucasian people that are listening and you can hear them, that's just a frequency because of how the brain works. They got all kinds of studies on this. They know this. It's just technology. the monkey, again, the black man, we don't know who it is, black woman. Look now, they had these black women working for NASA. You ain't know about that till the movie came out. When the Caucasian people, and that part of, remember how we say that in certain areas of America, the black man is mentally dead. So the black woman will raise up to speak out against the atrocities, perpetuating that black race. That's powerful. In the same context, certain areas of American Caucasian society have no finance, right? These Caucasian people over here, caking, Silicon Valley, all of them. But these Caucasian people over here used to own everything. They ain't got no money. So what they do now, well, they know, because they was a part of NASA when that went off, that these black women were really the mindset behind making all these innovations with NASA. So we gonna use them, we gonna rape them again, this time from a movie situation, and we gonna get the finance. Oh, black people went to that movie. Black women, then they picked on the black woman. I hate black men, but again, the Caucasian with it, so they got that finance. They exploited the black woman. They exploited another, again, component of the black nation to get finance in that area where that was a financial desert. Okay, so it's technology. And initially, if you ain't really got no knowledge, that's some hellified spookism, right? You come into an area, you start hearing some people talking, and you know you're not crazy, but you don't know what that is. And then if you ain't really got God in your life, you don't really know what that is. But it then look now, they slaves. You got to understand, you ain't hold out long enough. When you heard it, you became fearful because you ain't got no knowledge of God. Then God really using that to chastise you because of your iniquity. That's what the Bible say. After that time, I know for surety, Abram, your seed will be a stranger in a strange land. And they will serve them people for 400 years. Then after that time, I will come and kill them Caucasian people. And the black people that follow in their iniquity will go back into slavery. So you don't know that. So you hear these Caucasian people talking, and slavery, I do what you say, massa. And that's how you move. That's how you move in American society. Ain't never got to see you kissing the devil. But when you go in your house, wherever you dwell, and that technology is there, they telling you what to do from there. And you come out, you'll never catch them. It had to be God. So let's understand, right? So when the revelation comes out, and you really see Caucasian people, and it's more or less when Caucasian people really understand, now look now, it's life beyond the grave. That's not for them. They have no salvation. They in hell, like the Caucasian people that's listening, they slaves, brothers and sisters. They slaves. But this particular situation is two young children, females, I believe. They like real young. And so initially they was high and mighty until God just showed them who they was. So now it's a lot of pain and suffering. They do a lot of screaming. And you see it real good. You could just Google it. When you start looking at medieval times, like when you talk about, we had a well, he probably was black, but his name, we had a writer named Dante Alighieri, and he wrote Dante's Inferno. I think his first name was Dante, but he wrote like Dante's Inferno, and this was a book. It was fiction, but it was a book that described certain depths of hell. So this individual was trying to describe like the depths of hell. You talking about, again, this is at a time when the Muslim was heavy in Europe, when they were controlling Europe. But if you just look at the artwork or the paintings, the art culture during that time period, what you will see is that you'll see a lot of children naked. They'll show you the children painted naked. And then sometimes they'll show you the child, like they'll have a long face like he melting or she melting, but she'll be screaming. but she'll be naked, or she'll have on some raggedy ass clothes, stringy hair. Like, you'll see that a lot. That'll be the theme. Where there be fire and children be screaming. Right? That's because in their mind, that's real. Always understand Jacob was a dweller of the tent. When you have a tent, right, you got people around the tent, but you got Jacob in the tent. These people used to communicate like that. The Quran tell you, the Quran tell you that when you approach Prophet Muhammad, do it behind a veil, right? Don't let them see you. Y'all talk through the walls or through the doors. I don't know where that is in antiquity. Like, I've still yet, like, we probably could Google it, but so that's how they used to communicate. So it's something with that. I'm sure it has something to do with hypocrisy. Hypocrisy. Like, somebody will tell you, first of all, let me see if I spelled that correctly. I think I spelled it correctly. Like, if you in somebody's face, they can blind you because it's light. And then look now, most honorable Elijah Muhammad say, when you see the black man, black woman, you looking at God. So if you're looking at God, that's gonna dumbfound you in your thought process. So if you put something in front of them and just listen to what they actually saying to you, you can get a lot of clarity. Okay, so why did I say that? Right? Okay, so we're talking about a tent behind the veil and Yaqub. So this is where all of that originates from. So let's understand, right? So they communicating to you through technology, frequency. That's how the brain works. And so now, these children, you never hear the Caucasian male speak. Never. Only seldom will he speak. Because he don't want you to really see his castration. Again, it's an illusion. Caucasian female always speaks, but she doesn't speak like where she just gonna always be talking, but she's a speaker. Like, she's controlling the situation. He control it through her. She speaks, interjects, just mean shit. Like, she Caucasian female. Like, in herself, like, she hates herself. You gotta understand, Caucasian children, when they are born, they come into the world red. That's horrifying. The Caucasian female thinks, even though she knows she in pale skin, when she has a child, she thinks that her child is going to come out black. So God say, hell no, devil. You an abomination on the planet. They child come out red. That's because of the blood behind the skin. Only doctors and Caucasian people would know that, unless you a Caucasian male. And I don't even think that they would let you, I don't even think they would let you in the room if you was black. Like 2025, I don't think they would even let you in the room to see that. But that's what's going on. So inside of her, it's already a hatred. She hate herself. So you can hear that in her, right? So let's understand. So she does, as far as the authority over the two females, they're Caucasian females, they're young children, probably, 12 and 7 or 8. She's the authority over them. Okay. So all they've been doing, we've made a lot of progress in just understanding what the scripture is and just separating, going on about our business, letting these Caucasian people die. So they have been screaming and crying and begging, and there's nothing they can do. When you're a little child and you, when you stink, your skin stink, no, you're not no favorite, like your skin stink, you string, and then you're a slave. What I want you to understand, brothers and sisters, is this. When you talking about slave, let's go back to the book of Genesis. The book of Genesis says that Know for a surety, Abel, your seed will be a slave for 400 years. Then after that time, our God will come and judge them people. They are guilty. Right? You reap what you sow. So now they slaves. Caucasian people slaves, brothers and sisters. And it's only when you go outside of yourself as a black man or a black woman you don't understand. Mr. Walmart a slave for you. Right? He using his money to feed you. All you got to do is not be ignorant. Don't be no devil. And you'll have money in your pocket to get that cheap food. Always understand now, look. Whatever it is, even with the tariffs and them inflation, whatever you buy from America, if you buy it in bulk, you can go anywhere on the planet, except probably China. But then it depends on how you do it. You can go anywhere on the planet and you will have the cheapest price where you can start doing distribution. So and looking at my eating habits, right, and gaining better control over my eating habits, we start seeing things that's actually very, very valuable because it's production. So when you in the Walmart and you see them packs of Reese's cups, right, the Reese's cups, and like, yo, that's just powerful how that now, it's not all good. They got something bad in it. But I think it's just powerful. Like Reese's Cups is good. Like, I'm saying like, so they're going to give you a pack of 12, about $3, right? So you can get that cheaper if you just got to know the people. You can really get that a whole lot cheaper. But again, that's production. So I be looking at them things. Because it's like if you got 10, like if you got some people love Reese's Cups. But that ain't healthy for you necessarily, right? But say if you just was to go into Walmart and buy all them Reese's Cups for whatever price it is, you can go anywhere on the planet and just start selling them individual Reese's Cups, 25 cents, 50 cents, give me 50 cents. And you'll make $4 on something that costs $2. So understand that. Caucasian people are really slaves for black people on a certain level. But you a Caucasian female. The Caucasian male hate the Caucasian female. She couldn't vote until 1920. Come on, brothers and sisters. That's another sign. How can they be together, husband and wife, but you telling your wife when you in the bed with her, look, you can't vote until 19. They couldn't even own property. So, my point is, these Caucasian children that's listening, they understand now. Their life been over, but they thought they ain't understand. Like, look now, it's just a short time ago. They used to lynch us and kill us. I'm talking about like out in the open newspapers. We gonna have a carnival and games, and then over here is where we gonna burn these black people. The little same devil, stinking ass Caucasian female running around. Ooh, let me get his penis, right? Laughing, all of that. It was good to him, brothers and sisters. It was good to him. Now, that same devil, she's screaming, brothers, crying. I think I even heard her one time God broke her down. She asked God to forgive her. No. What Fatiha say? You out your damn mind. We pray you, Almighty Allah, kill that devil. We thank you, Almighty Allah, for giving that devil another day of pain and suffering. We thank you, Almighty Allah, for giving that devil another day of pain and suffering. We thank you, Almighty Allah, for increasing the evil around her. We thank you, Almighty Allah, for removing her from the planet. She a stinking Caucasian female child slave. She a stinking Caucasian female child slave. You out here loving them. What? So, in that mindset, God is revenging us against these Caucasian people, making their children suffer. Making their children suffer. Let's understand, brothers and sisters. How, you know, I design clothes, I make clothes, and as my math vernacular improves, so will my manufacturing, designing clothes, like nice joints, like fur and leather joints, and just like, you know, we got this one shirt now we doing, it's velvet, and velvet look a certain way, it's a dress joint, and you know, it's inshallah it's gonna be nice, right? With the joint velvet, and so in that type of situation, having problems with the pen again, right? Fatiha, 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 Fatiha. Okay, brothers and sisters, we done had a little thing for a second, but God said, look, Fatiha, that, you know that was gonna happen. And God just blessed me with my brother right here. So let's see something for a second. Brother talking about that tenderness, that happiness, that black woman. That's your wife. So, we say, A'udhu billahi minash shayatina rajim. Bismillah Rahman Rahim. We say, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. So, we talk about designs by Fatiha, right? And it's just a mathematical language. We had the one brother. Let me see if I could, let's Google him. Cause I want to just know who that is. Cause he kind of like, he was a black, like he kind of represent, well not represent, but when I try to convey to young black people specifically the power of math, and it's just getting your foundation correct. Well, after you have to learn the language, master the language, use the first 10, 15 years of your young life. Get parents, get your children to know the language. What's the language? What's going to be it's already the dominating language. What's the dominating whatever language of the planet? Well, it's math analysis. That's the language. So this brother right here, what is the name of the black man black man that was a mathematician, mathematician. I know I spelled that incorrectly, right? Hold on 1 second. Mathematician. Okay. That was a mathematician, but went to work for Louis Vuitton. What is the name of the black man that was a mathematician but went to work for Louis Vuitton? Louis Vuitton. Okay, yeah. Now let's see what this brother died from. Did he die from cancer? He just died recently too, right? Okay, let's listen to what the computer say. The brother's name is Virgil Abloh. Virgil Abloh. Okay, let's say. Okay, let's see how he died. How did Mr. Abloh die? How did Mr. Abloh die? He passed on, brothers and sisters, on November 2020 due to a rare cancer. Died of cancer. So they say it was rare, right? Okay. But let's just understand. Mr. Abloh, renowned fashion designer and polymath, had a background in engineering and architecture. He was a civil engineer. So, okay. So it's just the power of mathematics, actually understanding what's going on. And then once you learn the language of the planet, the dominating language of the planet, you can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want to do. But it'll be God directing what direction you go in. So, when you talk about designing clothes or making clothes, and we were into leather, how we wanted to manipulate, how we wanted to manipulate leather. So I got on the internet and I started looking at like different designs of clothes that was dealing with leather. And they had they had the Prada jacket, right? So I started looking at the design of the Prada and then looking at these prices on these jackets. They had the one Prada. They had the one Prada jacket. This jacket, this one jacket, it cost $20,000. This one Prada jacket cost $20,000. and they gonna get them 20 G's for that one jacket. At the same time, you got these Caucasian people, they are family. They listening. They slaves. Understand now. They slaves. They don't never go outside. Well, whenever you doing what you doing, they there listening. That's a slave. They have a certain level of ignorance. They have a certain level of ignorance. So if they slaves, that means they have a slave master. The slave master is the owner of the plantation. The slave master is the owner of the plantation. Let's understand, brothers and sisters. If you're talking about years. I done been here for a couple years now. Same Caucasian people listening. They don't never go outside. They don't never get no sunlight. They eating canned food. Like God show it to you. It's not rocket science how they living. They never go to sleep. They not robots. They flesh. It's an illusion. If I jump off that building, you see me jump off that building, you be like, damn, he go hard. He nice. But you ain't see me hit the ground and break all my legs. You see me after I done healed up, then you'll never know I broke every leg. I broke every finger. I broke the tissue in my brain. You'll never know that. But I'm in your face now. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you do not know how Caucasian people are behind their face. Like what they thinking. You do not know that. So I tell you anything. I'm telling you anything. Not what I will do, what I am doing. I'm telling you anything. But let's understand, in that filth, the Caucasian got these people, they little children, brother. They Caucasian female, they slaves. You reap what you sow. The Caucasian got these people as slaves. At the same time, the same Caucasian brother and sister got this jacket that cost $20,000. You understand what I'm saying? You don't understand. I don't know if you understand that. Yo, black people have it like, these are some very powerful times for us as black people. But you got to understand. Listen, I'm going to give it to you again. Slavery was good to these devils. Now God is removing them by degrees, along with black people. God is drying up America by degrees. These same Caucasian people that now have to listen, you think like that's how you want to live your life? 3 and 4 in the morning, they got to stay, these children, like they never sleep. That's good. Like that's what you hate sleeping. You don't even understand, brothers and sisters. So look, these Caucasian people right here, they done lost. They slaves. That's the beginning of what you have to understand. You will reap what you sow. So over here, you got these Caucasian people as slaves. But over here, so it makes you think, well, that's bad. That's like just bad for everybody. But at the same time, over here, You have a Caucasian, the same Caucasian now. It's the same Caucasian. Caucasian. Over here, he got these Caucasian people as slaves, bothering you. But over here, he got a jacket that he's selling for $20,000. And he gonna get them 20 G's. Okay, so that's to give you that environment. Now, while he getting 20 G's for this one jacket, it's the Caucasian child slave and she's screaming and pain. It's pain and suffering. Pain, suffering. Like that's literally what, like the listener. That's literally what they're young female child slaves. Oh, that thing is beautiful. We thank you, Almighty Allah, for revenging us against these wicked devils. And that's all they do is cry and scream. Like literally, again, if you go back to what they call medieval times, if you look at that architecture, that not the architecture, the artwork, the paintings, just Google Dante's Inferno, you start looking at the imagery associated with what he's saying. You will see a lot of Caucasian children naked, burning fire. They be screaming. That's because of their skin color. When you have no salvation, there is a such thing as a life beyond the grave, but you don't understand that because you live in the life of a Caucasian female. Okay. Okay. So let's focus a little bit more. I'm not just talking out my mind. I have something I'm trying to really get across to people that are listening. So one time, God was hitting them real hard with some scripture. In their mind, see, initially now, they thought you was a nigger. They thought you was, I'm talking about a little, like, look, listen what I'm trying to tell you. If she only 7 years old, brothers and sister, or brother, if she only 7 years old, the other one like 10 or 11, if they little children, they ain't never met no Mr. Sharia. They ain't never met no one like a Mr. Sharia. They're dealing with black people that's following their iniquity where they dealing with slaves. So it's just a higher level of slavery. Mr. Sharia is not a slave. Mr. Sharia is a believer in a law. No, that's initially, and then it takes time for light to travel. Always understand now, just a couple years ago, they was having cookouts and picnics. These same stinking ass Caucasian female child slaves was running around having a good time, having enjoyment from the murder of black people out in the open. They was having a good, that was just a couple years ago. Good time. Now, what is they doing now? Are they having a good time now? Well, if you listen, if you stop being a Caucasian female, if you start believing in Allah and listen, no, they just crying and screaming. So, one time, she just broke down. She said she don't want to live no more. That's what she said. This was a while back. She said she don't want to live no more. Right? Like it had really hit her. They don't have no, like you don't understand. When your place is found no more in heaven, you don't understand what that means. So, God, remember now, God say persecution worse than slaughter. right? Persecution is worse than slaughter. They're persecuting me. Instead of just killing me, well, it's not just me. Well, it is just me, because I'm Jesus or I'm Moses. But then it's a whole bunch of Jesuses and a whole bunch of Moseses. So they're persecuting us. Because what the Bible say? Persecution worse than slaughter. But that's our scripture. We have to look at our iniquity. Why am I even still in America? Because I'm ignorant, my iniquity. So as God continues to purify my iniquity, inshallah, we constantly ask God to forgive us of our iniquity, and we constantly ask God to accept our repentance. As that process continues, the illusion, no, the Caucasian is the slave. These black people you see running up and down the street with no knowledge, being Caucasian females, they slaves, and proud of it. Proud to be a slave. That's insanity. That's insanity. Because, okay, so Caucasian female child slave, the little young one, she said, I don't want to live no more. Heard and everything, clear. They got that Wi-Fi, that technology, it's just technology. Like a television. If you take a black man or a black woman and you say you bring, first of all, what the hell you bringing in my house? You some type of metal object with a little tube screen, and you set it down, talking about you going to plug it into a wall and all of that. We don't understand none of that. So that black man, that black woman, he going to look at whatever you done brought in his house, he going to look at that crazy. And then if you talking about you plug it into the wall and you cut it on and it actually come on and you start seeing screens and images and people running around, you're going to look real crazy at that instrument, at that TV. You're going to look all around it. Where's all that coming from? It's going to really blow your mind to the point where you're going to think you crazy, right? Until you understand, well, no, that's technology. That's a certain level of technology. It's the same thing with the Wi-Fi. See, what we don't understand is the actual filth, the atrocity, the actual violation of your human being. Like, it's the actual violation of the commandments of God, the cursing of God against these people. We don't understand that. So it's just technology, and that's a monkey. So this monkey got this technology, he making all these people go crazy. We can only imagine brothers and sisters talking about they hearing voices. We ain't talking about the voices in your head from like the brain. The brain is a muscle, so it expands and contracts. So that's where an echo, a voice, where you might hear voices. We talking about when you hearing voices talking to you. No, that's technology. We don't need no walkie-talkie. We don't need nothing that's going to let you know that I'm strapped with some people with me. So, she said she don't want to live no more. So when she said that, I was in the spirit, right? And I saw this is how we got on Mr. Stinney. I know I went long with that, right? But I want you to really understand, like, this is really with me. This is what I want you to understand. When she said she don't want to live no more, I thought somehow God showed me that image that used to be in the Final Call newspaper. When they show that picture of that young brother, he got punched in the face with the prison. They done gave this 12-year-old boy the death penalty. And now this stinking ass Caucasian, then it's a violation. Like they just violating everything about the human being on the planet. And then they Caucasian people. So she said she ain't want to live no more. So I was like, do you think Mr. Stinney killed? She ain't know who he was, right? That's the first time, but I just seen it, like the vision came to me, right? I was like, well, look. I started talking to her, explaining to her that, you know, they had this young brother and they gave him the death penalty. And they charged this brother with murder. He was 12, and they gave him the death penalty. And the thing with the death penalty, brothers and sisters, you know, again, I'm only speculating, and I pray to Almighty Allah, I never had to deal with something like that. But I can only imagine, brother and sister, when you got to sit there and they giving you a date when they going to actually execute you. Now, again, it can happen, it cannot happen. When we talking about the judicial system, prison, where the prison system has said that we're going to kill this 12-year-old black boy for some shit he did not do. That's how gangster the Caucasian trying to say he is. The Caucasian male gonna give a 12-year-old black child the death penalty when you know he ain't really fully cognitively developed, so he don't really necessarily understand that they gonna kill him, but he still got the deal in that environment. This she just said, it really burns them up. Like to hear them cry, I don't give a fuck about them, brothers and sisters. Real deal, you don't even understand. This young brother had to sit, he was 12 years old. Damn. My whole point in this story is that it's the Caucasian male, and regardless of when the time was, unless you're going back 4,000 years ago to when they was in a cave, you talking about the Caucasian male. He done came from nothing to something in a devil world. So now 1944, they got court systems. They got a nation of black people that's slaves to them. Mental slaves. The whole process of slavery. Now, they ain't got that black woman, but they can rape a black woman. They can pay, well, you know, on certain, but, you know, so I can't even say that. They got cities. They got something called the stock market. They going to war. They got military, Pepsis. You can buy a Coca-Cola. They got computer technology, nuclear weapons. We talking about the Caucasian male. They got billions of dollars in gold. Then they got billions of dollars paper, trillions of dollars. They got a system. They got a system, it works, called America. That's the Caucasian male, brothers and sisters. What about the black man? What about the black man? What the black man got? We got our 2 feet. We got the black woman is what we have. But I'm saying, like, in that world of vanities, for the black man to have a working system country, I'm talking about where the country work, not where we developing it and we living in shanty towns, but it's a country. No. They got a city called Miami in 1944. But what I just seen also, not to give shade to the situation, Master Farad Muhammad came in 1930. The Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad was in prison in that area. Again, they stain your soul. They stain your soul. So that's I see where that come from now. But the Caucasian male and all of his glory, like, come on, brothers and sisters. And then they didn't lynch him, like they didn't kill him before the execution. They could have just killed him. That's normally how they do it, right? During them times, if he didn't kill too young. No, They gave this young brother the death penalty. I need you to understand that. You know, like, damn, you give a 12-year-old child and didn't even do it. So somewhere in all of that, how is you even messing with Caucasian people? Yo, how is you even messing with Caucasian people? They gave this young brother the death penalty. He was 12 years old. So, the little Caucasian female child slave, she said she don't want to live no more. Like she was so sad, like all that. They just sounds like, why you sound so sad? If it's Superman, Caucasian Superman, Clark Kent, why you always sound so sad? How come whenever the Wi-Fi, whenever they saying something to me to just get me distraught, how come it's never where they happy? Why are they never happy when they talking to me? Why is it always they hate themselves? They hate their life. They hate their life. The Grinch. It's always a Grinch type of, especially the little children. Oh, they sound so disgusted because they slaves. And then look, this what I stuttered. When I was speaking, I stuttered and thought with Mr. Stinney, or the brother George Stinney, because what God showed me in listening is that the Caucasian children, the females that's listening, they not sad because the 12-year-old boy was killed. Like they happy about that. Like when I first had caught that revelation, it was really horrifying because God showed it to me. Like I was like, damn. like again, we love them when they love us not. Like that slavery still in us, like it's real deep. But I was like, damn, they actually agree. Like they agree. Like they don't give it like, yeah, give this 12. Listen, he was 12 years old. How do you give a 12-year-old black child the death penalty? But what I seen was that they not crying and screaming because they upset that they gave that 12-year-old child the death penalty. They crying and screaming to God because they paying for it. Like if they wasn't affected by it, they would give a damn. They would be in agreement. No. They crying and screaming because God making them pay for it. That's why we thank you, Almighty Allah, for making these Caucasian children suffer, for revenging us against these wicked devils, for what they have done to us in this country. That's just the beginning of it, brothers and sisters. So, always understand that. Trying to love them and kiss them and hold their hand. Think about this 12-year-old brother that they gave the death penalty. Gave this brother the death penalty for something he did not do. So, again, the brother's name is George Stinney. So I kind of put him out front. And I thank you, God, for making these Caucasian children suffer. Not specifically what they just did to Mr. Stinney, but we're going to make him the focal point of that entire atrocity against us as black people. If you talk about the history, if you talk about American history, well, listen, just won't you speak louder? Listen, hold on a second, because they're speaking. They get to them. Since you speaking, and I'm on camera, why don't you speak as loud as you can to let the people know what I'm talking about? We're talking about American history. Or if you don't want them to hear your voice, bang on something like you was banging earlier. Bang on something. Or make some type of loud noise where they can say, okay, Fatiha, okay. I don't entertain it, but I'm gonna give it 2 seconds. Let's see if they say it louder. Say scream Fatiha real loud. Or let me say, or better yet, because that's difficult. Scream something where it's not gonna be so much of a hellfire for you. Okay, so American history. We talk about American history. Before you go and love them and shake their hand and castrate yourself, look at the scripture. Look at the scripture. So, from American segregation, American segregation, Master Farad Muhammad came in 1930. God raises up messengers and sends these messengers to warn these devils. So again, with the police officers shooting these young brothers specifically, killing these young black men. Now, again, these young black men are in sin, severe sin. The only way they can shoot you, brother, is because you're a devil. How do you trap a strong man? Well, you bind him in his sins. So if you in a stolen car, you carrying a gun, you running from the police, and a stolen car, well, you a devil. Now, he ain't killed you because he a lawgiver. He done killed you, brother, because you in black skin, he in pale skin. He in, again, we still talking about Ohio. They showed this one, they said a mistrial. Well, but let's understand. We already know, most honorable Elijah Muhammad say politics, that's politics. The court system and all, that's politics. Politics, it's not going to solve it. We have to solve it ourselves. We have to come together and give justice to ourselves. Yeah, that's frightening. No police. All we got is faith. No military, we don't make no guns. They make all of that. They listening. How much of putting your foot in your mouth? You can't put your foot no more in your mouth. Right? Your foot so far in your mouth with the Wi-Fi technology that is coming out your butt. But it's faith. Oh, the book of Proverbs give it to you. The book of Proverbs give it to you. What you hold on to. What these devils they already eating it. They already eating it. Brothers and sisters, look, they slaves. Wi-Fi people. Wi-Fi people, they listening. It's just brain activity. It's a certain frequency. It's just technology, the advancement of technology. Brothers and sisters, look. God say your sleep is for rest. Get your rest. No, you wake up, you go use the bathroom. It's 2 and 3 in the morning. Damn, they still up. They children now. Little children supposed to get their sleep. How is you 8 or 9 years old up at 3 in the morning? Sounding like you want to go to, listen, what I'm trying to tell you. It's not video games and playing Monopoly with a whole bunch of Hershey's and sugar. No, it's 3 in the morning. She a female Caucasian child. Like somebody forcing her how she sound. She's so tired that she just running her mouth because it's a monkey, memorization. Forcing her to stay up. They done raised her as a child like that. Well, that's natural to her. But God slowly with knowledge. No, that's not natural. You're a slave. So we how far? That's not going to go nowhere. Because the minute she not a slave, she dead. So, how is that good? How is every time you go out your house, right, then the Wi-Fi can follow you, but they ain't never going outside. than when they go to the bathroom, if they always talking. So either they go into the bath, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, either they not eating, which they not, right? That's a part of war, right? Keep your, you got to keep your health up, right? The more food you eat, you get lazy. They got them as slaves. So then if they not eating, then what are they eating? You ain't got time to cook if you always harassing Fatiha. So they eating canned goods. See, it's certain things, brothers and sisters. No, God tell you in the scripture. If you that dumb, God tell you in the scripture that no, they suffer the same things you suffer. So they not eating. What are they eating? Canned goods. They not getting no sunlight. Then they stand up all that. Well, what is that? Then they ain't got no name. That's what I'm trying to tell you, brothers and sisters. They don't even have a name. Like, what's the name of these children? God showed me that. And understand it now. You reap what you sow. They slaves. They really want to be my slave. That's what the fight is. Really? No. Because that's what the scriptures say. No, we getting rid of these devils. We removing these Caucasian people from the planet. Not even going to play with it no more. Removing them from the planet. That's what God say. No, they're not going to be. No, I'm not going to have them as my slaves. Why would I even want that? Oh, let me give you this stock symbol, Fatiha. This stock right here. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I was trying to tell you at one time, like, when you get caught with insider trading, like, as a black man, black woman, if you ain't got no knowledge of the Wi-Fi people, then yeah, you getting busted with insider trading. But if you Caucasian, no, you already know. So when people like that get busted, like a Martha Stewart, I think the one brother, the Mr. Maddox, I think that was a civil war. Like, Caucasian people hate Caucasian people. And on some levels, I want to say he just got tired of really Caucasian people, the retired yuppie, we supposed to be niggas, sitting back watching these police kill these young brothers and just clapping behind the scenes happy. The same Caucasian people will be on the jury and find the police not guilty. Them Caucasian people gonna put their 401k, they savings, then rape black people, then I ain't gonna say they got away with it, but they was just up somewhere in the Ford plantation as the not the manager, above the manager. Now they retired, living good, right? Got a beard, talking about they're Israelite, but they Caucasian. No, he got tired of that. He just got tired. Like, sometimes, brothers and sisters, Caucasian, I'm not going to say John Brown, but he got tired of just them type Caucasian people. And what did he do? He sent their ass to the poorhouse. He got rid of their ass. Got them on camera now crying, poor, living on Social Security, food stamps. They don't know what they going to do. But, like God say, just 10 years ago, 15 years ago, they was living on their stock market investments. Riding around every day retired. Shitting on black people. Living in the projects. Yeah. Going to these congressional meetings. Voting this way. Voting that way. All kinds of ways. Always understand it's a community of millions of Caucasians. I don't give a fuck about these devils. Brothers and sisters. The brother was 12 years old. They gave him the death penalty. The Caucasian male. Okay. So, God raises up these messengers. So this one incident, the young brother had a gun, so they say, I believe the cameras will show that he had a gun. Well, he did have a gun. He was running from a stolen vehicle. He was running. I'm not going to say if he knew he was going to get killed. Like, why would you not think that? That you was going to get murdered? Like, why would you not think, unless you knew the police, See, a lot of times behind the scenes, why I don't like to get involved is because we don't know what's going on. At its most basic level, they still carry the name of a Caucasian. So if your last name is Watkins, and you see a Caucasian named Watkins, and you have some type of knowledge, say you a young person with the last name Watkins, then you meet a Caucasian that's older than you, last name Watkins, and y'all interact. I ain't talking about like no like hatred. You my slave, you a nigga and all of that. No, I don't mean that. I'm just talking about like every day, you know, Caucasian males, they love young black men that's something intelligent on their mind. Just like Caucasian police, believe it or not, they love the black man, black woman that's out in the streets. But it's a slave master mentality. And further than that, that young brother that's on the street, no, he not gonna buck. He not gonna be a buck. Like, he not gonna be no tool. Now, I'm not saying that on certain levels he not gonna comply. Police come shut it down. Yes sir, no sir. But he whipping ass over here. But when the police shut it down, yes sir, no sir. Yes sir, no sir. Yes sir, yes sir, no sir. Right, that's complying. That's totally separate than where this nigga coon. Or they done buck broke him. Now they do have some young black people that actually are like that. Straight devils. And we pray Almighty Allah to keep them devils away. But the reality is, the young brother is not no slave for no Caucasian people. So the Caucasian police officer, he don't like that. They ain't gonna never be homeboys because he Caucasian. The young brother know that. So when that young brother, last name Watkins, and he meet an older Caucasian male, last name Watkins, what make you think that on some levels he don't think he a slave? Even if he say in his mind, I'm not no slave, which he not. But really he is. He acknowledging he is. And if he ever take the steps, let's look at it like this. If he ever takes the steps, the Caucasian, listen, if your last name Watkins, his last name Watkins, just because he older than you, no, you his slave. Regardless of what you say, in your mind, unless what God say, well, we don't really, well, we know what God say, but you know, we let you have that. But in his mind, no, you his slave. And he gonna treat you like his slave. And it'll come to a certain point where he can even prove that you his slave. But it depends on your intelligence. And so I don't, you know, but just so we understand. Just so we understand. If you in a stolen vehicle with a pistol, he probably ran because he didn't want to catch the gun charge. But then why didn't he leave the car, why didn't he leave the gun in the stolen vehicle? But in that type of situation, nah, just sit in the car, take the charge. Right? You want to throw the gun out, but he had the gun, so he couldn't sit in the car. My whole point again is that now God is just tired of it. On certain levels, and in that area, because black men getting killed across the, like, okay, so let's go back to that other situation. The one brother, he was 27. This brother that was murdered in Ohio, she is a baby, 17, 18. The one brother that I seen, this happened in 2022, then look now, they just had another Caucasian. We don't know the story on that either. See now, they had the Caucasian, he just killed a black woman She was the dean in the college. He walked into college and killed her. Now you look at him, that was some type of devil situation. So we don't know, is she worshiping the devil? We don't know now. People not Muslim. No, they're not. No, they're not. Most of the people follow the devil, right? Most of the people follow the devil. You could say something like she made a deal with the devil to the point where the devil said, look now, the deal is up. Your time in serving me, that face, that front that you're presenting for our college, that time is up. Both of them. Because he going to get time for it. So both of them sold, they sold. But he was just a security guard. So they might have caught him on some fentanyl. He like he's smoking crack, fentanyl. He like a devil worshiper. So they got him on something, or they just got him outright where he worshiped the devil. The devil said, look, I'm going to make a deal with you. I'm going to make you famous. But you're going to be in prison. He like, yeah, okay. He killed her. That's part of the deal. But the devil got the deal with her. Look, I'm going to give you this employment. And people ain't trying to be poor, brothers and sisters. It's just poverty. It's just a home. Now, I say that. But you got to deal with what you got to deal with. Because it's God. But this one situation I seen, right? The brother was wrestling with the police. Now, again, you got to look too. These police and these actual people, they know each other. Like individual, like it's communities. The Wi-Fi, they communicating, talking over the phones. Why you talk? If you know this devil, you look at his history. Why do you talk over the phones to them? It's crazy. But they knew each other. Like the woman that killed the brother from Haiti, they knew each other. The brother that got choked out, not Mr. Stinney, but the brother in Minnesota, when they started rioting, they knew each other. Either indirectly, they might have seen each other. But this one I seen, it was real sickening. I like that's why God raised this brother up in Ohio to allegedly hit this police officer and killed him. Hit him with his car. He seen the footage of this police officer killing his son. His son was running from the car with a gun. Police officer shot him in the back. That alone, if you get... police officer shot him in the back. So the father seen it. He had a breakdown. He lost his mind. He went crazy. No. That's what they say about Moses. That's what they say. They said Jesus was crazy. They said Nat Turner was crazy. They try to say the brother in Haiti was crazy. How they try to say it. But God said, no, he was Muslim. You can't say he was crazy. The brother that did the situation in New York back in the day in the subway, they try to say he was crazy. They trying to say this brother right here went crazy. No, God tell the Caucasian male that my ways are not your ways. And that the ways of my messengers you will not understand because they are not the ways of the human being. My ways are not your ways. So but what the police tell you? What the legal system tell you? Well, the lawyers say, the people say, the witnesses, they say, well, he became real distraught, never seen him before like that. He started acting crazy in the parking lot of the police station, acting crazy. No, God raising that brother up to stop that madness in that area. So look now, they say that this brother seen a police as he was driving. So they say, and he hit the police officer. He was so disgusted just with this shit. It's not necessarily just his son, but he just tired of this shit. Tired of this shit. So no, he was just tired of this shit. Like the one brother in California, he killed some Caucasian people. He told the judge straight up, I was just tired of the racism, Your Honor. I don't know his name, And it was so powerful when he said that, like, some things you just need to actually look at and study. These are things that God give you to look at. If you really want to know God, yeah, people don't listen. They already heard. Only those who hear will hear. But the brother in California, or it was out that way, he killed some Caucasian people. And he said he was just tired of the racism. You just get tired of the shit. It's not just against, it is just against Caucasian people. Like I say, the black man and black woman, they'll stop their own shit. Like they'll see they so filthy. No, I'm just too filthy. I need to stop. That's the God in them, trying to come out of them. Caucasian people don't have no salvation, brothers and sisters. It take God to raise somebody up to stop them. So he seen a police officer. Shit. They just done killed my son. They killing black people. He probably even said it in his mind. He knew his son was young. They just young black men. And then when they showed him, it's just what it is. That's young black men. Floyd Mayweather. A whole bunch of Floyd Mayweathers. A whole bunch of MOPs. I had to think about it, right? Because, you know, they tried to stain Mayweather. Because I was saying that Mayweather, when I was saying that Mayweather is the logo for black America, black men in America, yeah, Mr. Mayweather, you know, he has a thing about how he conducts himself with his money. And I'm not talking about that. Even though that's him, that's not necessarily what I was meaning. I was meaning when that brother stepped in the ring, I seen Mr. Mayweather. Like when we talk about social media, and it's called the Wu-Tang Collection, and the Wu-Tang Collection is a social media channel on YouTube where they show nothing but they show nothing but Chinese kung fu movies. Top of the line, Joan, real nice. What's really good, the Wu-Tang Collection YouTube social media channel, that's what's really good. And you also get an understanding of how China is so dominant today. That's their culture. They was working on that aspect of their culture with the cameras and technology. That's why, again, we done took a major setback with this hip hop and how they got it going now into the hellfire. So we done lost that again, which is what God said we destroyed. But I was more or less focusing. I seen Mayweather. Mayweather was fighting this brother, this boxer from Uganda. That brother dead now. Can you look at that? That's Satan in all of this business. Like we trying to be socially, culturally free. That's Satan again, putting his hands in what's going on. But Mayweather was fighting, Mr. Mayweather was fighting this brother, fighting the brother from Uganda. It's on YouTube. You can get the fight. Yo, he hit this brother like it was actually like, I lie to you not, brothers and sisters. It was actually like looking at the Wu-Tang, like looking at a Shaolin movie. Yo, he a master. He hit that brother from Uganda. He hit him so fast twice with the same hand. It was beautiful. It was like it was like the beauty of I think about my sister, right? Fine ass Kenya Moore. It was like just looking at her just looking at her, like you married to her, right? And you married to her, you look at, he hit, yeah, that's how, so that's what I mean. Like, and look now, he beat the hell out of Pacquiao. Pacquiao nice now, even though Pacquiao, that one brother knocked the hell out of Pacquiao, dropped his ass. But I say that out of respect, Mr. Pacquiao, right? We're not trying to, but because Pacquiao nice now. Listen, Pacquiao, they got one joint. Pacquiao got knocked out too one time when he was real young. So, but Pacquiao go hard, brothers and sisters. Pacquiao go hard. Mr. Mayweather beat the hell out of Pacquiao. Straight up. Like, no, he beat the hell out of Pacquiao. So that's what I was meaning. But then, you know, they want to stain Brother Mayweather because they hate black men. They hate us as black men, MOP. Now, we're not trying to bring no negativity, but I should have thought about MOP. But, you know, Mr. Mayweather, I was going less more of, I'm not going to say intelligence, but just like, you know, like political protocol, sort of, kind of, like to get the world MOP, and this is who we are, right? That ain't going to really, I mean, like, you know, not initially. I mean, MOP, you know, MOP they real nice, brother. They humble as hell. Like, on a certain level, they real humble. But, you know, just to get a world. So, you know, the black man or black woman have self-governing laws. Well, they'll just stop that foolishness. No, I'm too filthy. So the brother was just tired of the shit, brother. I get tired of this shit. I seen the one shit. That shit hurt me so bad, brother. I always think about this. You know, they shot the one brother, and like it's cause of chattel slavery, and how we have been like they beat the brothers and sisters we raised up as children. Our parents' parents think that Caucasian people are their parents. But why is your mama and your daddy killing you every day, killing you? But look, why are these Caucasian child slaves, females, that's listening, why is their parents killing them? Listen to it now. Why would your mother, if she loves you, they come from her? I used to think that really maybe they really wasn't there. You know, Caucasian people stealing children from the hospital. They stole these two Caucasian females and now raising them as slaves. Like, why would you like if that was your child? But see, again, I'm speaking from a black perspective. Always, I have to understand that. But if that's your child, why would you make your child stay up at 2 and 3 in the morning when they want to go to sleep? Like, why would you do that to your child? You wouldn't. Okay. So that's going on. It's not like I mean, even though it is important, I mean, we just have to understand that we as black people are destroyed. But the power of God is what I really want to say. And like, you know, like so God has raised this brother up and placed him into that situation. Now, whether that's going to stop. Now, look now. They say that he hit the police officer with a car and killed him. So now that police officer dead. He didn't know who he was, just a police officer. But now that officer dead for that other police officer killing that brother for nothing. He didn't have to kill that brother. Police officers even tell you, no, you don't have to shoot. So getting to my other point. So this one police officer, this was 2022, they had just had a mistrial. I think this in somewhere in Michigan, somewhere in Wisconsin, that same area. So the brother grabbed the officer taser. Now they don't show you that part, but somehow, I ain't even see him with a taser. But somehow, somewhere in the video, the brother got the taser, but I didn't see him with no taser. But the officer on his back like a little child. Right now, again, the brother resisting, fighting. Why would you even mess with the police like that? But the officer on his back, talking about let go of my taser. It sounds so fake how he's saying it, that in his mind, like he was going to shoot him anyway. But listen what I'm trying to tell you, brothers and sisters. We get caught up spiritually in this madness, but we don't never understand that, well, maybe the brother a devil. You already know the officer a devil. And they just talking to each other through the Wi-Fi. And the brother say, look, I'm tired of living. Right now, I want to be respectful to his family. He not even from America. But they had his mama and daddy there. Right? So I want to be respectful of that hierarchy. But it go to the parents too, right? Shit, if he sue, right, they got to get that mistrial. Then to get that civil lawsuit, to get that paper. Not the paper, brothers and sisters. I mean, we don't know the severity of the devil. Like the most honorable Elijah Muhammad told Minister Louis Farrakhan, you can't fathom the depths of Satan, how they think. That's what God said. God said in the book of Proverbs, unless you start to wonder, but God say don't wonder. Lest you start to marvel at the world, you will never understand that horror. But in this officer struggling on the back of this black man, talking about, let the taser go. Let the taser go. It sounded so fake. Yo, he shot this black man in the back of the head, point blank range. Okay. So yeah, he gonna say he was feared for his life, which he probably was fearful. So then they were saying, look now, this is why they said it was a mistrial. Cause these people on this jury, they said that they didn't know the extent that a taser could create death. Like they didn't know, like it's a taser. Can you actually be fearful of your life from a stun gun? Like can a stun gun really put that type of fear in you? And then the brother broke it down. They said that, look, he said the lawyer messed up. Prosecutor said he don't even know if he's gonna try it again. But he said the prosecutor messed up because police officers have to have a certification in using a taser. And part of that certification is that they have to get tased by it. So the officer already know he can't be killed by a taser, but that still don't remove the fear, because the officer, listen, for you tase me and I pass out, then you grab my gun and kill me. No, I'm still gonna be fearful. But no, hell no. Brothers and sisters, he's screaming, let go of the taser. He ain't shoot the brother because he was fearful of his life. He shot the brother over some child and he looked like a child. When you when you see this officer, the uniform too big for him, like he's so small. I mean, like his head so small that the collar real big, that make the uniform big. So that means like the walkie-talkie on his shoulder, on his chest, the walkie-talkie on his hips, the baton, all of that look. Yo, he on his brother back like a little child. Talking about let go of the taser, let go of the taser. He shot the brother in the back of the head to make the brother let the taser go. And when that shit look crazy, that shit just look, you know how filthy that is? Like that shit look real filthy. For him to stand up in a police uniform. America is a country been gone. He trying to stand up and say he a Caucasian male. You know how nasty he look? You know how nasty he look? Right there and all that filth. And then after he killed him, God just showed, like, once again, Cain and Abel. Cain killed Abel. Cain realized he had effed up. Like he was already effed up. They was out the garden. God wasn't accepting none of his sacrifices. So now he didn't kill. He thought killing Abel was going to make it better. But as soon as the minute he killed him, God said, you done fucked up, son. The minute he shot that brother in the back of his head, and he seen how, like when he shot him in the back of his head, he thought he was going to, like, because that's what we think. He going to scream and give him some type of, you done shot me, you the master. I beg now, I submit. Oh, you the master Caucasian. You superhuman. We love you, Master Jesus Caucasian. That's what he thought he was going to say. He thought he was going to actually say that. No. He shot that brother in the back of the head. He ain't really see no brain shatter watching too many movies. Him. He didn't see none of that. He ain't even see the brother shake. Like remember, what's the name of that one movie? I can't even think of. Wesley Snipes, Sugar Hill, right? How the brother shook when he hit that thing. When Ray Jr. gave him that bad bag and he died and started shaking, he thought he was gonna see something like that. No, what he seen was that he had just killed a black man. Brothers and sisters, when you see it, that brother, he shot him in the back of the head. And he just slumped over and died. Like, he ain't even slump over. He just went to the ground. Like, he was already low. How I want you to understand it is that we talking about something called gravity. So if you drop something that's going to fall, he didn't drop like we going to drop your ass. No, he didn't drop like that. He just went to the ground peacefully. Yo, seriously. And when I seen that's what it is, he went to the ground so peacefully that I seen how he should have got his life together to get that peace in this world. That's what I seen. That's why it looked so crazy. So I was like, damn, he got to get shot. He got to wrestle with a police officer. Right then, first of all, he ran from the police. Or like, he started wrestling with the police. So somewhere in the police stopping him, trying to give him a ticket, just a ticket, or take him to jail for some bullshit, he ended up wrestling with the police. He trying to get that peace. So I was like, nah, hell no, brother. You ain't got to go through all that just to get no peace, but God gave him that peace. But when that Caucasian seen that he just went to the ground peacefully, yo, he stood up and he knew he had fucked up. Damn, whether they find him guilty, they can give him the hellfire in this world. Like in that devil world, they can give him that hellfire. But damn that, he know he done fucked up. Like that brother that stumped, that was on the neck, or that brother in George, Mr. Floyd, yo, that brother, that Caucasian live in hell. He live in pure hell. Zimmerman, that shot the brother in Florida, even though we have lost them black men, them Caucasian people live in hell. Persecution worse than slaughter. So just to get to my point, I never finished the story. I read the Final Call newspaper. The police shot the young brother. Again, he was running, but I think, no. They shot this brother in his chest. I think he had his hands up. God is killing these Caucasian people for that. God is killing these Caucasian people for that wickedness. But we also have to understand that as black people, we have heard Jesus and we still deny Jesus. So we say they children. That is correct. So that's a parent. But the scripture also says that and these black women will raise monsters. So that's a serious dynamic. What about if the black woman don't like the black man? Because the black man a whore, the black man not Jesus, right? We done slutted out these black women, scarred them severely, not pointing finger, myself included. I ask Almighty God to forgive my iniquities. Got these black women a certain level of hatred against the black man, right? So now we're going to raise up these, the Wi-Fi always here. Wi-Fi always here. Shit, my husband's Social Security, welfare. It ain't got to be human resources. It could be employment. Caucasian male gonna hire you. That black woman. They ain't gonna necessarily have to have sex with you, but he gonna be your daddy for that employment. So we gonna raise up our children to just hate black men. I hate the black man so much, I'm gonna raise up my son to get himself killed. What? Makes a lot of sense. If you know that if you raise your child to get killed, but you ain't getting killed, you ain't out there doing what he doing, you still young, you can get out there and do the same thing he doing. and face the same consequences he facing. No. But you got him out there doing it. For him to get killed. A severity hatred of black men. Our nation is fucked up. On every level. So that's what God say. Now you put a Band-Aid here, put a Band-Aid there, let it heal. God say it ain't gonna heal. So let's further understand Caucasian people let's further understand. Minister Louis Farrakhan, congratulations, brother, on another year. Now, that sounded kind of crazy, right? Because we above, like as a human being, we kind of above that devil world. But the brother just celebrated a birthday, and so, we just still want to acknowledge the brother, and we, again, very appreciative for being there when no one was there for black people in America. But 1955, Emmett Till was killed. But Minister Farrakhan joined the Nation of Islam in 1955. So the trick of the devil, I'm not gonna say it's math analysis, but it's math analysis. The book of tricknology Moses gave to the Caucasian. Again, it's behind the veil. It's not you. It's your mother or your father. It's your little brother, your little sister. It ain't even got to be no one in your family. It could just be a random black man or black woman that I'm going to put on camera, but I'm going to say it's your fault. Because you profess the superiority of black people. You understand the filth of the Caucasian female. Because you know that she has sex with children. Because you know that I, as a Caucasian male, in my history, used to paint myself and go hide in the woods at a certain period of time and have sex with other Caucasian men. Because you know that about me. No, I'm going to kill, not you, because persecution worse than slaughter. I'm going to kill people in your nation and make you think you responsible. Make you think you responsible. It's your fault. You ain't done nothing. You ain't even got to be vocal. All you got to be is just black. Black in America. You move into a neighborhood, you go to the Walmart, they got a Caucasian manager there. That's your first time ever in that Walmart. They already know Wi-Fi, communities of people. Who this black man just walked up in here? What he doing coming in this store? It ain't even got to be that. They think it's funny. Look, let's kill these people over here, which they do. We gonna kill this manager over here. No, we ain't gonna say it like that. We gonna kill these young people over here. Say you go into the Walmart. You buy a bag of Doritos. Everybody see that, they gonna mess with you. Just mess with your mind. They don't give a listen. They drugs, everything an experiment. They don't have no place in heaven. They slaves in a devil world. Like I always say, a Caucasian slave in a Caucasian country. That's real wild. The Caucasian slave. They slaves. Oh, brothers and sisters, just 100 years ago, they was on their porch having these slaves walk around, killing them, doing whatever they wanted to them. Now they the slave. 2 and 3 in the morning. She's 6 and 7 years old, brother. They making her stay up. She want to go to sleep. She want to go to sleep. No, she got to stay up. Them slaves got to pick that cotton from can't sleep morning. No. From can't see morning to can't see night. picking cotton. So, you go into Walmart, you a black man. We ain't gonna get into whether you Muslim and all that. We gonna say you just a black man, you new on the scene. We gonna mess with him, we ain't never seen him before. You buy a big bag of Doritos, right? So then you go home, you eating your Doritos the next day. Social media, news flash. Yo, a school bus full of children were going on a field trip to a Doritos factory. They wanted to see how Doritos are manufactured in America. As the school bus full of black children, black neighborhood, public schools, urban cities, school to prison pipeline school. As this school bus was going to the Doritos, it blew up. Everybody died but the driver, Ann Wilkins. So they got Ann Wilkins on camera. I barely escaped. I heard the car. I tried to grab as many children as I could, but she ain't get no children. They show her on the camera. They got the background, the fire truck trying to put out the fire with the school bus. She eating a bag of Doritos. Like we was on our way. All I could grab was the sample bags they gave the children. You'd be like, damn, I was just at the Walmart. I just brought a bag. I got Doritos in my mouth. I'm eating it. Right? That's the first time. You're like, damn, you go up in the Walmart again. This time you buy a bag of Doritos or Pepsi, you might get a cheesecake. All right? Just things that they can tag you on. You go again, next day, you be like, damn, black woman raped. They don't know who did it. Cut her legs and hands off and left duct tape around her mouth. And then they put a cheesecake next to her head and stomped on it. Well, all they had, the only evidence they had at the crime scene was the footprint shape in the cheesecake, but they knew it was an incorrect size because of how it mashed it. So you're like, damn, I just brought a cheesecake from the. So you see what I'm saying? That's a certain level of higher consciousness where Caucasian people trying to talk to you, the devil. Right? They do that all the time. That's what's going on. But look at what God say. Look at what God say. God say, look, so as you sow, so shall you reap. This brother seen this officer kill his son. Now, yeah, I know he understands the dynamics of the culture. As far as black people, him running from a stolen vehicle, he a young black man in a situation that he don't have no knowledge of. Police didn't kill his son. He probably, you know how God showed it to him? He probably didn't even see his son as like that. It's like you know, somebody where the police would kill him. Then on a whole separate level, he might have been talking to the police. They might be friends with the police. So why would this devil shoot this brother? Because he killed the brother because the brother in black skin. He in pale skin. So now, this police officer that killed this young brother, he got to deal with the fact that now other police officers are mad at him now. Like, you got to look at how God did that now. Let's move this brother out the scene. Actually, he should be found not guilty because it's insanity. Like, he didn't think. Like, you know, now I'm not saying he should be found not guilty because that officer killed his son. I'm not saying, like, and then I understand now. What I'm saying is that, no, he just lost his mind. Like, that really messed him up. Where he just was tired of the shit. He blanked out. God, like, listen, brother, we're going to raise you up and you're gonna say something about this. God is God. Now, God already saying, God has already squash that. But as black people, we hard of hearing. And then you got to look at Cincinnati. That's a powerful area of black people. You know, God waking Cincinnati up. They not, all of these times where these officers killing these young black brothers, and it ain't but so much we can do in that area. No, God said, not this area. These people right here, they going to understand what's going on. So now, the police officer that killed that, and look now, he not again, like the same thing with these children listening. He not upset, like he distraught now. He real upset. It's going to get worse because now police officers are going to be mad at him because he didn't have to kill that brother. There's no way in a police officer's mind. Now you got some people that's just going to be with him like, look, that's just what it is, part of the game. You know what time it is. No, but it's some police officers that just tolerate it. But in their mind, no, there's no way that you killing him is worth him being killed. Not that that brother killed him, so they say with a car, him being gone. That officer that's dead is gone now. We ain't talking about his family. We just gonna look at the police organization. You got officers like, nah, that's not worth it. No, you even being on a police force, me knowing you, me being friends with you, him not here is not worth me knowing you. I'd rather him be here than me know you. That's what officers gonna be saying to him. That's what he gonna be distraught about. He gonna start being, like he gonna start feeling real bad that he didn't kill that young brother. Like it's gonna be real bad for him. Real, and that's the whole point. With God. And like again, with China coming out with DeepSeek and they dropped the market. Like as black people, now that again, that's a certain level of wickedness. But the scripture, the Quranic scripture, points us in the direction where, Moses interacted with a Muslim, and this Muslim did things along the way that Moses didn't necessarily agree with. And I always get, like, if I got to defend myself, right, it's just the whole thing with taking life. Life is so valuable. Now, you're talking about war, and it is war, so we have to be focused, right? But just to indiscriminately kill somebody on some foolishness, you understand what I'm saying? So, look now, that's the law of Moses. It's not necessarily an eye for an eye in the true sense, because an eye for an eye is more like when black people have their own judicial system. And if this Caucasian come into our country and kill one of our young brothers and sisters, talking about he a legal type of authority for whatever country he come from, and we gonna judge now. The wisdom of Solomon. We gonna look at them cameras. We gonna see what's going on. And if we see that, no, he killed, first of all, he ain't supposed to be in the country. So he gonna already do time for that. So already everything against that officer. And then we say, well, because he has murdered this black man, this young brother, no, we gonna kill him. That's an eye for an eye. That's like structured. Like God says, like writing wills. Like you should never be like, well, I'm gonna leave you this, then you should write it down. That's more like eye for an eye. But this right here is justice for black people, the justice of God. Understand now, this officer killed this young brother because he hate God. And what God has done to him, the devil told God, because you have judged me incorrectly, I will come before them from in front of them and behind them, and you will not find most of them most is majority of them thankful, and God told the devil, be gone, your place is no longer found in heaven, and you will only take those with you who won't follow you, but my righteous servants you have no sake in. So look, right? The officer killed a brother. So instead of that brother finding him and killing him, not that he would do that. No, God rose him up to kill another officer, to shine light on that officer that took that that brother's life, that young brother's life, to shine light on that wickedness. Now, on so many levels, that police officer and the police in general, their hands is tied. Regardless, right now, they can try to direct that situation where it's like a fisticuff. Oh, he eye for eye. Well, it is a eye. Well, it's not necessarily an eye for eye, but to make it seem like black people have the power. Well, we're going to get out here, each one of us, and we're going to sacrifice our life, and we're going to go person for person, person for person, person for person, which we can until they start dropping bombs and bringing tanks and using some of our black brothers and sisters against us, till they start opening our eyes where we have to remember what God remember. Most follow these devils, and we are already destroyed. And before you get to any of that, seek ye first the kingdom. Are you praying for such and such? Okay. But now that officer's hands is tied. How do you bind a strong man? Not that they strong, but how do you bind a devil? Well, you trap him in his foolishness. That's so powerful. How do you bind a devil? Well, actually, it's righteousness. You can say it so many ways. Let me spell this correctly. Righteousness. I don't think I'm spelling that correctly. Let me see if I can spell that, because righteous, that's a powerful word at this time. Just to have it spelled correctly. Spell righteousness. Spell righteousness. Okay, yeah, that is spelled correctly. Okay. Righteously. How do you bind the devil? You bind the devil with being righteous. What do I mean when we say bind? What I mean is that how do you lock the devil down? You rope him up with some chains, and then you set him on fire and send him to the hellfire. Say it again. When we say bind, we talking about revenge, our reparations. How do you bind a devil? You bind the devil with your righteousness. We're going to chain him up, shut him down, then we're going to set him on fire and send them to the eternal hellfire. So that's what's going on. I just thought that was real powerful. I had to sit and actually think. I actually thought like that was just the power of God. Power of God. Now you can start pointing fingers and get involved. It's not really about that. God raising this brother up to stop this madness. It's God. It's God, the power of God, and that God is here for us. You know how many brothers, young brothers, that's about to be in a stolen car with a gun? I'm not, now this ain't even not, like I'm saying, like, it's not that it's not significant. And really the scheme of everything, with the Diddy trial, with the wars in the Ukraine, with President Trump, with these tariffs, we got so many media distractions that this situation right here would be considered insignificant. And it's not insignificant. But you know how many brothers just within that hearing range of this situation was about to get in a stolen car and have a gun with them? And they was like, they seen this right here. They was like, yo, this brother right here went all out for that junk. Where it put focus on the fact that this brother was running from a stolen car. You about to get in a stolen car with a gun. He got killed. Like, it's just about to raise, in certain areas, it's about to raise a lot of awareness of what's going on. And again, you know, I just pray Almighty Allah that I pray Almighty Allah, like we say in the scripture. We pray Allah that you don't make these devils a test for us. Right? God called that brother answered. And so I just seen that and no, they not messing with him no more. And then on a whole separate level, yo, that brother just stopped that with his family. Now, again, how do you trap a strong man? You still dealing with sin. But before anything jump off, with anyone with that brother last name, anyone that's associated with him on every level, before anything ever jump off, I look at judges. That brother, Allah forbid, but anything associated with that brother, family, cousins, whatever, his name, you in court, that judge gonna sit and think like, nah, I need to look at this situation. Because it's what's God saying. Brother, they gonna keep going till God step in. God then stepped in. Yo, they not messing with that brother, none of his family, at all. At all. It had to be God. So I would say that's going on, but that's just something to look at, brother. What I want to say is that this is what I want to say, because this right here really touched me. Like this right here, this really like, I'm not gonna say I seen me in him, but I just seen God, brother. I mean, you know, that's the best way I could. That's just the best way I can say it to you. Like I seen, like when I seen it, I looked at it. Then I seen, like when God started making it make sense to me, I just seen God, brother. I'm not saying I seen God in that brother, but I seen God talking to that brother. Like I just seen God talking to him. So that's when I started really seeing it. And I mean, it's just something to look at. If you want to see God, if you want to see the works of God, I know I'm not really pronouncing it correctly, but I just seen God. And so I want to say, you know, it's not really about like helping the brother and being there for him, which I want to like see. Again, I'm not in no position. Like he got people already there. And God said, look, Fatihah, you know, just, you know, I mean, we can't participate in that because we are very insignificant, and us getting involved, like being there, supporting and all of that. No, that situation is where that situation is. God got that situation. But I just thought that was just powerful. And so if you want to see God, the works of God, now again with the devil, right? So I don't know, maybe that time in past where you ain't gonna see God, but I saw God when I seen that, and I just, you know, I thank you Almighty Allah for that. Okay, so I done talked a long time, brothers and sisters, and let me get back focused. I think we was talking about Dr. Tutor. We were talking about Dr. Tutor. And we were talking about Mr. Sharia, and preparing your child to be a master, educationally. You know, I done made a couple videos, I done spoke, and so I still ain't got no customers, right? So I don't know, we still trying to understand what's going on, right? Because you don't have no, you don't have no black people stressing no math analysis. So do we not care, or as parents, are we doing it ourselves? I stress doing it yourself. Or we don't believe. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think we really understand. Like, I hate to use the scenario of rape, but a lot of times, because black women are not being raped, like just randomly being raped. But to make you aware, but damn, we got so many signs. Why wouldn't your child be a mathematician initially? Like, why wouldn't your child study math analysis? Mr. Sharia, black man telling you math analysis. So I ain't got no customers. And with the stock market how it is, and Donald Trump doing what he said he was going to do, to not have no money coming in, yo, Mr. President Trump that came in, look, right? I sit here and look at it. President Trump that came in, right? We was doing good, right? Yo, that thing went down like this. And now on one platform, I'm right here. And on another platform, my major platform, I'm still kind of down, right? But yo, this is what he did, right? Yo, he did that. Now, he did some of this on purpose. But look, yo, he dropped the stock market as far as the S&P. He dropped the S&P. The S&P was at 49,000. No, 4,900. We went, when it was right here, I remember that day too. I wasn't greedy celebrating. I was always focusing on my next move. And I heard about the Trumps. Not the Trumps. I heard about the tariffs. But we was coming off that deep seat trying to get that get back, right? So I was, at that time, this is what I learned though, right? It's a learning experience. I should have paid attention to the fact that when it was at 6,200, this is the S&P. This one, it was right here. When the S&P was at 6,200, that was a record high. Again, I'm just learning all these things. Initially, like with the Fed rates and interest cuts and all of that, I didn't understand all of that. But again, it's a learning process. But the S&P was at 62, and that was a record. It had set the record. The Dow had already set the record. All-time high. I'm talking about the history of the stock market. Then Trump dropped it to 4,900. Yo, he dropped it to 4,900. Yo, I sat there and look. I had the one Caucasian, right? He said, look, if you ain't got the mindset to lose 50% of your portfolio, then you ain't about it. Or you ain't ready for the stock market. So yeah, I lost 38%. I lost 38%. Let's understand now. Even with, look now, I've been on Dr. Watkins hard. Let me show it to you again. I've been on Dr. Watkins hard now. You talking about the Black Business School. The Black Business School. Let me write this again Hold on, so you can see. Okay, hold on. The Black Business School. It's a little bit more severe than that. Let me write it one more time. It looked more like that. This is where we are right now. This is where we were, 6,200. The S&P was at 6,200. My portfolio, with this point right here, this was in February 19th. February 19th. My portfolio, I was up 2 G's. I was up 2,100. Now, it's an unrealized gain, but when you went to my portfolio, the value of my portfolio, if you went to percent amount profit, like how much I done made from investing, from the money I put in, it was 2 G's. So I was up in the green 2 G's. By this time right here, I had lost 38%. 38%. So I went from up 2 G's to now 38% of the value of my stock portfolio is gone. So like I was trying to tell, like I was talking to my family. The amount of money I lost, I mean, you gotta look at my size now. I can only imagine, like, what I say is that you look at my size and then just exit to money brackets. But I had lost about the size of an 8 or 9 year old child. You see the young black brother walking down the street, he 8 or 9, beautiful, energetic. Yo, that brother everything. My portfolio, the money I lost with them tariffs, what is it called, Independence Day? I lost his size. So, but it was good for me because there was a lot of breathing and just taking it in. And again, it was God and patience. And God just like, look, shit, I mean, not shit, but I mean, money grow their wings and fly away. Not really about the money I lost. It's the fact that I ain't had no money coming in. That employment initially. So let's understand what happened. President Trump, with the tariffs, which are still good, people now, like after all the madness then stopped. Now we still looking at what type of impact the tariffs gonna have, like real impact. Right now we just like this stock market drop is just from anticipation of what can happen. Like I'm an investor, this is bad news. He done went off the chain with these tariffs. So this is all bad, I'm a sell. So that's just what I think. We ain't yet understood that, well, how much is it actually gonna cost these products and how that's actually gonna affect these companies on the market. So that ain't happened yet. And so Dr. Watkins got he just gave it. I think we all should tune into it where he talks about a crash that's gonna come. So let's stay focused. So the tariffs came when he did the poster. And he was breaking down. He was breaking down the tariffs and what we've been. And what I want to say is this. I really don't like, I don't know why he would do that. But what what I'm disgusted with is that he didn't have to get on, he don't have to lie about what he doing to get his point across. He Caucasian. It's a Caucasian country. See, they be getting confused with the entertainment that black people run the country. Like they get that real confused. But them Caucasian people in the military, them Caucasian people in the military is not confused, brothers and sisters. They know who run the country. Caucasian people run the country, brothers and sisters. But when you get caught up in the media and entertainment, especially if you got these young black men with their swagger, with these gold chains, oh, it'll get you confused real quick. You ain't got no knowledge about who run the country. No, Caucasian people run the country. So when he came out with the tariffs, and he was trying to make the people say, well, look, no, they got tariffs on us. Look how high these tariffs are on America. And then Dr. Watkins, right? It was so crazy. I was so disgusted that I had to look at Dr. Watkins kind of funny, like, damn, brother, he might be making that up. But Dr. Watkins came out with something a little later on and said, well, look, nah, really, these countries that, listen, he talking about Vietnam got like a 98% tariff on America. So I was like, you know, I kind of understand that they done came in and fucked that country up. But 98% kind of high, right? That's just kind of high. That's like not even ethical. Even if you're talking about revenge, like that don't even make no sense. If you're talking about revenge for what these Caucasian people done to your country, like all your children deformed and handicapped, y'all slow, you can't drink none of that water. Like that's thousands of years that these Caucasian people done destroyed your heaven, but you still got to live there. So you say, well, now we're going to tax their ass. Well, why is you even doing business with them for you to tax them 98%? Like, that's where the insanity come in at. But Dr. Watkins came back, right? He showed something with the tariffs. And, yo, it blew my mind that these countries ain't got no tariffs on America at all. I think China did have like a 35. I think China was the only country that had a tariff. But Trump said the tariff was like 80, 90%. This dude got on, like, look now, he the president. He got on national stage. That's his shit. That's Caucasian people shit. And he lied. Who is he lying to? So, we know he lying to black people. But black people already know he lying. So he know black people ain't paying no attention to him. Black people looking at what he doing. He looking at what them tariffs he put. He know he ain't lying about them tariffs that he gonna impose on them other countries. That's what black people looking at. But who he lying to? If he lying, listen now, when Dr. Watkins was showing what the tariffs was, that shit was sad. I was like, damn, he lied that bad, brother. Yeah, he lied that bad. Yo, so who he lying to? How is he lying to Caucasian people? Who are Caucasian people? The Caucasian people that's listening. Listen, brothers and sisters. These Caucasian people got these Caucasian people as slaves. A Caucasian slave in a Caucasian country. You know how horrifying that is? You know how castrated this Caucasian male is that's listening? He got to sit here as a slave and listen while they got a Caucasian that's selling a jacket. Just one jacket. It don't come with no house. It don't come with no trailer, no car. It might come with a gift bag where they might give you some type of leather with Prada signature on it that go on a keychain. It don't come with no gold chain, no pistol. It don't come with none of that. It just come with a damn price tag of $20,000. 20 G's. So this Caucasian gonna sell a jacket for $20,000. But at the same time, he got these Caucasian people, this family of Caucasian people living as rats and roaches. Slaves. Yo, I find that so fascinating, beautiful. So look now, Donald Trump lied to the Caucasian people. You ain't got to lie to them, Mr. President, to get them to do certain things, unless it's just about the money. which goes back. Let's understand. Well, I'm not going to get into that, because that's just a whole separate type of talking. But let's look at it, right? So he came out with the tariffs. It dropped my joint 38%. Yo, like I was just saying, right? So what the Caucasian said was, I think this was a female. She said that all Trump did, President Trump, all he did was vet. He vetted your stock portfolio. That's really all he did. Portfolio. So you build a house, right? You make it out of straw. You make it out of wood. You make it out of bricks. Then God come and he vet your house. If it's straw, depending on how strong the wind is, he just going to blow it away. God letting you know, no, you got to build it with something stronger than that. So the Caucasian female said all Trump did was just vet the stock. He vetted your stock portfolio. So even though I lost 38% of my portfolio, and just listening to my financial advisor, normally, you talking about 30, I lost 38%. You know how, listen, yo, the stock market dropped. I'll never forget. And I want to thank my brother, I want to thank Dr. Watkins for just bringing the people through that time. I know, because for some people, it could have been some real trauma type times. I mean, 38% of $100 is $38. So you put some zeros on that, you could just only imagine. And so I want to thank Dr. Watkins, and I also was listening to my brother, Mr. Fain, down in Florida. And Mr. Fain, you know, Mr. Fain really gave me the game. It was Mr. Fain that saved me a couple dollars, and we're going to get into that. But I seen Dr. Watkins. I seen who Dr. Watkins was. And normally, you know, again, but the scriptures do say, let other people praise you. But I seen who Dr. Watkins was. Dr. Watkins, that's, I mean, you know, I thank Almighty Allah for this brother again, and who this, actually I seen who he was. Dr. Watkins is the black man, what's the black man neurosurgeon? Ben Carson? Dr. Ben Carson, he a doctor now. Dr. Watkins is a doctor. Dr. Watkins is a Dr. Carson. Dr. Watkins is actually, he the financial advisor for America. Financial advisor for America as a country. I'm talking about, like, if he was in that work, like who he is, who he really is, like they graduated him from, I think he said he graduated from Kentucky or Ohio, as far as a doctorate. I think he graduated with a doctorate from Ohio. When he graduated from Ohio as a doctor of finance, they was positioning him, Caucasian people, they gave him his diploma, they vetted him with his education, and they sent him into the world. But they sent him, he was really going to be like, when you having the attorney general for the country. That's who Dr. Watkins is. He's a Department of Finance for America. He the advisor for, like, when the president want to know what's going on financially with the country, they go see Dr. Watkins. That's initially how he was being groomed, but I'm sure they probably put him through rituals or whatever. He was like, fuck no, hell no, I ain't no, you know what I'm saying, I'm a black man. So now, we get that all the time. So now, the reason why I say that's beautiful, because now you catch him on YouTube, and yo, like I try to tell you, it's what God say, our reparations. So, again, listen, you in your house eating cereal, Oreo cookies, you got on your pajamas, you ain't even going to no major network as far as like cable television. You going to some social media, YouTube, and on YouTube, God is going to give you a black man that then left all of that wickedness. Listen what I'm trying to tell you. It was at this time right here where I seen that Dr. Watkins was the most prolific authority on this situation. Listen, again, brothers and sisters, I lost 38%. It's not that I lost 38% of my portfolio. MPWR was at $477. You know how much it costs now? It's at $705. That's in a week. MU, I actually caught MU. Let me get focused, right? MU was at, I brought MU at $58. This is when I was coming off my margin call. MU right now was at $95. MCHP was at $36. Yo, MCHP at $60. And on and on and on. NVIDIA was at $86. NVIDIA at $122. AMD was at $86. AMD ain't really fully recovered, but it's at $110. I really seen it with I had these stocks, right? I'm gonna tell you, messing with Mr. Fang, right? We're gonna get focused, right? Let me get focused before I go to the new page so I can understand. Okay. What we want to focus on is that just to have money coming in. Okay, that's what I want to talk about. This right here was February 19th, 2025. This is when he started talking about them tariffs. Right here was probably the April 5th, a little bit after April the 2nd. Remember, April the 2nd was Independence Day. So this is probably like a little bit after. At this point right here, I'd have lost 38% of my account. Right here, I was up 2 G's. Right here, the stock, the S&P was at 6,200. Right here was at 4,900. Donald Trump did this. Okay, so let's understand. MPWR right here, April 2nd, April 3rd, I'm gonna say April 5th, because it dropped over 3 days. But let's get this right here, because there's so much I want to say. Right? It's so much thanks I want to give. It was at 477. MPR right now is at 705, and it was pretty predictable initially. Right, this area right here, everything was unpredictable. Like you didn't know whether really to go in all in or not. That's where it takes money. I had to sit the bench. Is really what happened. Again, all Mr. Trump, President Trump did was he just vetted your stock portfolio. I had to sit the bench. So I wasn't mad, right? Because I understood. What I was happy about, just in listening, is that normally my margin call, like a margin call, right? Okay, now let's understand. Say you got 10 G's. You put 10 G's with a stock market, with a stock broker online stock broker. Charles Schwab is pretty good. Fidelity is actually pretty good. I seen how Robinhood tried to play me, right? We're not gonna get into that, but I mess with Charles Schwab and Fidelity, and also Cash App. You can do stock market. You can't do a margin account on Cash App, but Cash App is real good because you can do cash. You can do cash amount shares, where you can get on Cash App with $10. Actually, real good. Where you just learning. Yo, you would have made a lot of money on Cash App with the stock market. But it's called a margin call account. You got to get with a online stockbroker. So I put 10 G's on the stock market with a margin account. I said margin. Well, we are talking about a margin call, but it's a margin account. With a margin account, margin account, they'll give you 10 G's. The limit with how they do that is you got to have at least 2 G's. You got to open up your account with at least 2 G's, and they'll give you 2 G's. It's called a margin account, better than credit. And it's also good because it gives confidence to the lender where they ain't really got to worry about you tricking off their money because they got your money. So, but let's understand. So it's called a margin account. You got 10 G's, you put it on the stock market, they're going to give you 10 G's. So now you got 20 G's. And you just got to pay this 10 G's back. However you pay it back, they charge you an annual interest. It's going to be from 8% to 14% interest, which is decent. They just take that out of your account every month, or you ain't even got to use the margin. You could just sit there. Yo, I'm going to tell you what happened, right? Doing this was like November. As far as the trend, like right around here was November. Remember now, Robinhood closed my account. So I had a little bit of money on Robinhood. So I got all that money back in the bank, right? So I had that money as a cash sum. But I also had my Charles Schwab account. It had just transitioned. I was messing with Ameritrade. Ameritrade went from Ameritrade just got sucked in by Charles Schwab. So then it was Charles Schwab. So I had a piece of finance that I could hold in my hands. I had that in my hands, and I had another account, stock market account. This was like in November. They closed my account in November. But I'm fresh and I don't know what's going on, right? But I'll never forget, right? So on YouTube, I seen the one Caucasian, right? He was screaming, "You about to see the worst crash you had ever seen. It's going to change your life for the rest of your life. People going to lose everything." Yo, I seen like 2 Caucasian people that was saying that on YouTube, right? So I listen on a certain level, but then I already know that. Like God already saying, Fatiha, look, the Bible tell you that at a certain point, these countries going to see America and they ain't going to be doing business with them no more. So the only thing is that that's when we leave in America. So you got what they call tremors. You got tremors, but now this Trump drop is not a tremor. In that situation, this is Trump getting some money. But the Caucasian was right there like, yo, don't. I remember the one Caucasian, I actually went against, I heard him. And in my spirit, I had to just be like, no, I ain't going to listen to him. Like, I forced myself. Now, I didn't do nothing stupid, but I did buy some stock. But he like, look, don't spend your money no more in the stock market. I remember he said that, right? Yo, now, if he had knowledge, yo, he rich now. If he wasn't already rich. He was like a Warren Buffett type Caucasian. And then look now, before the stock, this what made me kind of sick. I was like, damn, I guess there's something about to happen. Because Warren Buffett sold all his shares of a ETF that was S&P, right? I was like, damn, I love S&P. But this brother sold like 52 million shares. So I was like, well, maybe, like that's first how you got the news, right? So I was like, maybe he kept 52 million. No, he sold all his shares. Like he had shares of SPY or VOO. He was heavily funded in there, but then he sold everything. So I was like, damn, it's something serious. You know how much money? Well, you know, he already got money. Yo, he sold everything. But they Caucasian people. They know Trump. They know his moves. So the Caucasian said, look, don't spend no more money on the stock market. It was November. Then he came back, was like, look, you about to see the worst crash you done ever seen. It's going to change people's lives forever. So I was like, yeah, I hear that, but no, I'm going to just go on here what God's saying, right? So I started buying, but look, then Dr. Watkins was like, look, crash coming. We don't know what's going on, what President Trump doing with these tariffs. So you want to have some reserves. So I had some money on the side, right? Like I had a couple G's in my margin account where I was good, so a little bit, right? I had more than 10%. I ain't had 10 G's though. I should have had 10 G's. I really should have I should have had 10 G's cash on the stock market and then 10 G's margin where I could have just went in and I would be rich right now. Literally. This is what President Trump did. But what I was impressed with is that when the shit hit the fan, this is what happened. April the 2nd was a Wednesday. So I think my brother Mr. Fain in Florida, right, he was doing real good during this time because by that time, brother, we was already in the hole. But my margin call, what I was really impressed with, I only had a margin call like $200. Look, the stock market was at 6,200. I was up 2 G's. Before April the 2nd, the stock market had dropped to like 5,700. I wasn't even in a margin call. I had money. I had about 2 G's I could spend. But I had took some losses, like AMD I was sick. BTIF, that's another Bitcoin junk. I had lost on them. You know, I had lost now. But I was good. I just was like, damn, I had to just wait. But then I'll never forget, I had been following Mr. Fain, and Mr. Fain, I want to thank Mr. Fain again, because Mr. Fain saved me some money. Now, I want to say he saved me a lot of money, but he ain't, like, he saved me a lot of money. Like, I just like, God bless me, he saved me a lot of damn headache is what he saved me, which is more valuable than your health. It's more valuable than money. But it was April the 2nd, right? And he was like, we're going to find out what's going to go on April the 2nd. Really, we was thinking that, well, from a seniority, knowledge, stock market, how we was thinking, well, no, President Trump going to fall back on the terrorists. That's his style. He want people to respect America financially. So he going hard, but he going to fall back. But he didn't. He doing all that now. But initially, he didn't fall back. And when April 2nd came, stock market dropped, right? But it dropped crazy. Like, it dropped like 4%. Stock market on April the 2nd, it dropped 4%. So I seen everything drop, right? But, like, again, Dr. Watkins said, no, shit, you got to prepare yourself. This is what's going on. Brother, like the Caucasians say, if you ain't willing to lose 50% of your stock portfolio, then you ain't trying to invest no money. So I know all these things, right? So I was saying we just going to go through it, right? Then I'm going to tell you what's real good. If you do be watching YouTube, and this commercial was for all this too, right? They showed the one brother. It reminded me, when they made that commercial, it's an All-State commercial. When they made that commercial, they was thinking about me. They got the one brother here in a little sailboat. And he was like, it's like a storm coming. We gonna have a good time. And it's like a real bad storm, right? No, we ain't that dumb. But that brother was gonna do it, right? But when I see that commercial, that's how I went into this right here, right? Because Trump said he was gonna do the tariffs. Like, he said that. So even with that, you supposed to have about 10 G's. That's why I say I had to sit the bench on this one. Because all up in here, I ain't going to say I was starting, but they had Fatiha coming off the bench like a 6th or a 7th man. I was laying it up now. I ain't going to say we was dunking it, but we was doing nice-ass layups and shooting jumpers and stealing, and we was doing so we was there, right? But, okay, so that Wednesday, it had already dropped 4%. I hadn't even made a move or nothing. I was really going with Dr. Watkins. Dr. Watkins said, now Dr. Watkins had already probably made moves like with puts. We don't really know all of that. And if I do a put now, it's gonna be like when I initially first started, just pressing buttons. So I'm gonna learn that slowly but surely, right? Then I had my sister give me a little bit of insight, so she getting a little bit better. We're actually giving you the game. The black woman like that money now. So I'm learning a little bit more, and I'm still trying to understand about how you really make money from puts. Because you could have, how I see it, you could have made a lot of money from puts right here. But I held firm and was like, no, we're gonna embrace the impact. So it dropped, right? So he came through with the tariffs. I was like, damn, we're gonna take a loss. But I ain't had no margin call. That's was the only thing. Listen, what I'm trying to tell you, brothers and sisters. If you talking about just I'm gonna say about just 6 or 7 months ago, yo, the stock market dropped 2%. I done already went all in. I got a margin call of 300-400. When the stock market dropped that one time, when I was down, I had lost so much money with just 2 stocks. But after the first diversifying, I got my portfolio is deep with stocks. So I got a whole bunch of stocks. I was still up. I think my margin call actually was like $95. Seriously. The stock market had dropped 4% on April the 2nd. When I went to my margin, John, I was like 95. I was like, damn, we straight. So I was like, we good, right? Because this is the margin call. The margin call is when, okay, so you put 10 G's on the stock market with a margin account. Listen now, margin account. I'm going to get you to understand. Margin account, they give you 10 G's. So now you got 20 G's to invest. You just got an APR on these 10 G's where you got to pay an interest on it. So you ain't really got to never use it. And I did just see that. The brother said you should always use your leverage. Now, that wasn't Dr. Watkins saying that, but we got a brother with experience. He was a basketball player. I can't think of which one it was, but he was somebody I messed with. But now he freaking that thing with the market. So he said always use your leverage. I don't know what Dr. Watkins would say. Well, I kind of know what he would say, but to get that real, I think Dr. Watkins might be retired unless you actually pay to take his class to get that real analysis. Well, he just getting used to him with the sweater on, coffee sweater. He drinking it. Not that he smoked, but he's smoking a cigar. But okay, so you got 20 G's. Now, what a margin call is what happens is that with these, now you done spent your 10 G's on stock. So now you got 10 G's, that's a loan. But understand the stock will go down. So now you buy a stock with a loan. So each stock you buy, they give a certain risk percentage. Like how much money they giving you for you to make that loan for them to lose their money. Because if the stock drop how it just did, and you go in the hole with a margin call where you will lose so much money that your portfolio will go below the value to back up the money you didn't loan. So now you losing their money. You done lost all your money. Now you losing their money. So that's what it's called, margin call. So they let you know, and they say, look, you don't pay us, we immediately, they say immediately, we about to shut your shit down. And that's bad because they gonna start selling stock that you might take an actual loss on. Remember now, it's realized gain and loss and unrealized gain and loss. You don't never want to take no realized loss. But if they sell your junk and you done lost 400, what it say on the internet, then when they sell it to get that 400 for their margin, then that's a real, so they gonna get their money, brothers and sisters. So that's a margin call. But I didn't went up, like when I first went into my first margin call, when it really shit hit the fan, I had a real good, like most people I talk to, some of them be shitty, right? Then they be racist as hell. I'm talking about customer service. And they don't never want to help you. And right, but I had this one sister, she was so nice that I would talk to her, right? And that's real good if you got the black woman in stocks. And then you invest in this stock. That's a good relationship. Like to get to know a woman, to build for your wife. But she wasn't Muslim. So I don't be playing with no women, especially if you attracted to them, right? I might speak my piece. But no, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to, I don't want to mess it up for my wife, like when I approach my wife, right? Okay, but so she explained to me and was like, no, that was with something totally separate. What was that with? That was when you do a day trade. When you do 3-day trades. Okay, that's something totally separate. If you don't have a day trader account. Okay, but anyway, so a margin call. So I went up the worst when it was right here, when it was at 4,900. My margin call, the most of my margin call was 1,300. That was it. I had only went the whole 13. Listen, what I'm trying to tell you. Right here was the lowest. That was probably April 7th. So this is what happened. April the 7th, the lowest point, my margin call was 1,300. That means I ain't had no money to invest on my account. It was zero. Not only was it zero, when I went to see how much money I had to, that means to buy new stock. Because this President Trump done dropped the market. Where MPWR is at $477. If I just give you the analytics on it, let's just go to it right quick. You would damn drool. He dropped the market so bad, it would make you doubt. Would you really want to match? But listen what I'm trying to tell you. You got to have that knowledge. Let's go to it. Let's look and see what's the day? Damn, the stock market open today? Damn, it is open today. I'm talking. Yeah, I get in the spirit. That's why brother the guys say that money grow its wings and fly away. Yo, it's at 720. It done went up $11. Damn, I ain't got no money on it. You know what I'm saying? I only got we thank you, Almighty Allah, though, right? It done went up another 11. It went up $70 yesterday. So let's understand now. Let's understand the analytics. The market capital is $34 billion. They bringing in $2 billion every 3 months. They got a net income of $8.3 billion. That's their profit. So they making $1.83 billion. They EPS, they PE is 19, which is real good. But they got a forward PE of 41, which is not that good compared to what it should be. But they got a nice dividend. I ain't even see their dividend. They's dividend. Okay. So these are the numbers we're working with. They got a dividend of 624. Let me first show you what it is. Woo! Monolithic power systems. I've been into them when I first understood about nuclear energy. No. This is not, I was looking at nuclear energy stocks I can get involved with, and somehow this stock came across my radar. What I want to look, no, I hit the wrong thing. I wanted to look at, let's look at year to date. Now you see that, now look now. We just, this right here, that's just about a week, brother and sister. So right here is what I'm talking about. This was April the 8th. It was at $455. Excuse me. It's a correction. April the 8th, MPWR was at $455. I knew about this stock. I even had it. I didn't have a full share. I had some money invested on it, but I was already invested on it. Right now it's at 720. What's that? 500. So that's $300. So you buy 10 shares, that's 3 G's. So you spend $4,500, that's worth it. You spend $4,500 to make 3 G's, that's worth it. The only concern was, at this point right here, it was kind of really what's going to go on. Is this biblical? Stock market crashing, right? So let's understand. It's at 720 right now, brothers and sisters. So on April the 2nd, I think I was at school. Yeah, I was still in school. I just came home from school. Mr. Fain and Dr. Watkins, they was keeping me going. I mean, you know, Dr. Watkins had already, he helped me weather just one storm when Bitcoin crashed. He ain't never tell nobody that it was, like he was telling people buy Bitcoin, but in all his telling people to buy Bitcoin, he ain't never say that it was gonna crash, right? So it did, you know, so he had already just like, you know, we had already been through a couple storms, right? So I was already like, you know, God say, listen, Fatih, are you dumb? You don't know, money fly away. Okay. So the whole time I was just focused on trying to learn, right? What was going on and what they going to do and how can I come up, right? But it was Mr. Fain, really. Mr. Fain on April, no, what was it, April? No. March 18th, January, February, March, April. March 18th, Mr. Fain started breaking that thing down and giving the game, right? Well, I ain't going to say giving the game, but he started breaking it down and saying, look, on April 7th, we're going to find out what's going to go on. And so that's when I started paying attention, right? Listening to what he was saying. He would get it to you every day. Like every day I come home from school and he'd be right there ready with some information, right? So I remember March the 25th came around. And I just remember that day. No, March the 25th was the day that the market went up to like, remember now, right here was at February 19th. No, I'm getting confused. But one time I was at a certain level and then I went back up. It went back up like in this dip right here. You have a dip like this. So you could have sold here and got paid. God give you another chance. You could have sold here. Like they give you chances. Now the people controlling the market now. You just got to know what's going on. Motherfuckers say run, you got to look at who's saying run. If the people that control it say run, shit, run. Sell your junk. But I'm still trying to learn that. At the same time, Dr. Watkins say, look, shit, just weather that storm. You got to, listen, you just got to have money to leverage your money. Like the money you have on the stock market, you got to have money to leverage that, to help that, is what I've learned from Dr. Watkins. Like you got to help yourself, help your money. Don't just leave your money destitute out there on the street. No, strap that money with a tank, with a damn Uzi or something. I like them shit, you be watching them movies. I seen the one movie with Perfect Guy? That was a real good movie with my sister. Yo, she went and brought a damn pump. Had the police, I like how the police did it too, told her what kind of gun to get and everything. Help your money out on the street. Right? So really you just, even if you ain't never sell, you ain't had to do none of that. All you needed was 10 G's that you ain't, and see the thing about it is, it's not just when you got 10 G's specifically for when the market crash. It's just your culture. Over a long period of time, you create wealth for yourself. Where you just got hundreds of thousands of dollars in the bank. You just got thousands of dollars in the bank. And whether the stock market crash or whether it don't crash, it don't really matter. Just always be buying. Like my brother from Minority Mindset, he say always be buying, ABB. A-B-B. Always be buying stock. But be intelligent about what you are buying. Don't be frivolous because you have finances. So if you live in a certain type of wealth lifestyle because you are patient and have suffered to build your wealth, well, when the stock market crash, you just grab a couple $1,000s and you buy and forget about it. But of course, Fatiha, fresh, I don't know, we trying to get money. So, okay. So April 7th came around, right? I came home from school. Yo, Mr. Fain was hitting you with them damn headlines. Sell everything now because you about to lose everything. Buy everything now because you about to get paid. But this one right here was like, oh, son, you done fucked up. It's too late. So I was like, damn. It was said urgent, right? So I clicked on him, right? So, he give you a little routine, right? Then he started saying, well, brothers and sisters, call him 47, right? 47 and done it again. He done went through with the tariffs. So he wasn't backing off. He came out with the poster. He showed the people the numbers of what he was going to get busy. He getting busy. So the one thing I noticed, right, I hadn't sold or nothing, but I started listening more to Dr. Fane, Mr. Fane. Mr. Fane, like, listen, it's about to be bad. That's what he said, right? And I ain't never really heard him. Like, Mr. Fane, he go in now. But this right here, he say, look, it's about to be bad. You want to sell everything that you can and get your money right. So I was like, damn. So I listened to him, right? So I sold, right? I sold what I had, right? What I could sell. So any stock I had, like, it had already dropped 4%. Like, that's when I got home. That, like, on April 2nd, he did the speech. He did a little poster around 1 o'clock. I got home about 6 o'clock p.m. The stock market afternoon, like late night trading, stopped at 8 p.m. So I only had about an hour. It's a good thing I actually looked at it. So Mr. Fane said, look, Fatih, I'll sell everything. So whatever stock that I had a profit on, it hurt me too, because I could hear Dr. Watkins in the back of my head, don't sell. And now I'm going to tell you what I like too. I get sick when I sell a stock because I understand the game now. No, you just buy and hold. That's what I had a good brother. He had that one brother, buy and hold. Buy the stock and hold it. But to hold it, when it dropped crazy, you ain't got no puts. Then you got to have finance to back yourself up, that leverage, where you can just buy more stock. Now, you always got to take the risk that the company going to go bankrupt. So that's why you got to vet the stock with research. But I came home about 6, caught Mr. Fane about 6:15. Yo, he said, look, sell everything. So any stock that I had a profit on, I sold it. Like I had to sell SVV, little simple stuff that I had profit on, right? Things that I sold APLD, right? Got rid of just everything that I had a profit, I got rid of. Then my next step is that everything that has, like, maybe I might have lost $2. I'm in the red $2. I sold that, right? So you talking about POWL? I know these stocks about to come up, like CAT, like I just had a whole bunch of stocks. Might have lost $10, right? So then, right, you be bad at first because you might be a margin call. I think my margin call was like $95. So after I did the first 2 waves of stock, I was up about 2 G's. Where I could buy stock. I was out of the margin call. I had 2 G's. Where I could take about, about 2 G's is like about $500 cash. So if I wanted to take $500 out of my portfolio cash, I could do that. I had 2 G's. So the next step, because of how bad it was, and he said it was just about to be a disaster, right? So I had already suffered. The Caucasian told me it's the worst that's ever come. Dr. Watkins already hinted that it was just going to be bad. But then Mr. Fane put the icing on the cake, where it was like, no, I'll get rid of everything. So then my next level was like, if I would I take like I had one stock, right? The next thing I looked at was, like I had to sell ZS. I looked at, if I had a $30 loss, how many shares did I have? So if I had $100, not $100, if I had 100 shares of a stock, and if it dropped crazy, $20, what's that? 0. Shit, Allah forbid that, right? Is that 2 G's? Damn, that's 2 G's. But if something like that, I ain't had nothing like that. And that way it would drop $20. But it was something like that, I would sell it. So some stock was like, if I didn't lost $30, I took the loss. By the time I had sold everything, this was April 2nd. By that time, by 8 o'clock, when the stock market closed, I had about 4,300. That's over 10%. So I was like, yeah, I'm good. Right? This was April 2nd. Now, that's why I say I thank Mr. Fane, Yo, I thank that brother for that because I had 4,300. What happened was where I messed up at was just being impatient because I had never seen it like this. So the next day came around, right? Now understand now, it had already dropped 4%. That morning pre-market, they was messing around with Fatiha, right? The late market, the market from the percent drop from last night add on to the pre-market. So the pre-market was like 7%. So I started looking at it, right? And then they show you the graph, right? It was all red. It was red from the day before. It was red from the April the 2nd when they first found out from 1 o'clock. Everybody sold. Then the morning they was selling. But the morning pre-market was just a straight line. It had dropped 7% red with a straight line. So I had seen that many times before. So they messing around bullshitting. What you gonna do? What you gonna do, right? So really, normally, when I see this, this is just a hesitation for a bull market. So I was like, nah, they putting it together that they about to make some money. I was wrong. So what happened was I waited. I think I did wait though. I might have at least waited till the market opened. So when the market opened, I still was this red line, right? It might have went down, right? But it wasn't no like, tariffs, everything gonna drop. No, it was like a slow gradual. So it was at 7%. I think I came back about 11:30, 12 o'clock, just messing around. It was like at 8%. So I was like, oh no, they bullshitting. Like, you know what I'm saying? The tariffs then came, that's the end of it. Okay, that was Thursday. So Thursday, Sharia Financials. Thursday, I went in with the whole 4,300, right? Was happy, proud and everything, right? So that was Thursday, right? That was Thursday. So you got the S&P. The S&P was at like 5,700. That's Thursday. Okay. So come Thursday night, it kept going down. So we talking about Friday. What's that? Second, third. So now you're talking about April 4th. April 4th. Yo, April 4th, it went down another 4%. I was like, damn. We talking about from Donald Trump's tariffs. So now the stock market at 5,300. But I had already went in, right? So down like damn. But the stock market went down another 4%. So I was like, damn, right? I was kind of disgusted because now you start seeing how much stuff costing, and I didn't just spend 4,300 when I could have kept that 43, right? So then Monday came around. Right? Yo, it dropped another 4%. So that's Monday night. So my whole point, brothers and sisters, is that I went in on Thursday and I should have just waited. I should have waited. Always understand you don't want to be a bystander. You want to get in, but you just want to be intelligent. But I could have waited till Monday, but I didn't know what was going on. But it was Monday night. S&P was at 4,900. MPWR was at 455. I think Adobe was at, remember we were talking about Adobe at 300, but now it was at like 330. And how I messed up, I was kind of disgusted because I had been listening to Mr. Fame really just talk about how to go in and parachute. So what I did was, right, in my research, I came across some real good stocks. CEG, when we were talking about AI and building these nuclear centers to power AI. Listen, AI about to take over now. All the hoopla, don't get it twisted. AI is what it is. It's not nothing else. It's artificial intelligence. It's going to take over everything you looking at. And they need energy to get that going because it takes a lot of energy. So I came across CEG. It's fresh. CEG just started in 2023. They not even, they like an IPO. But yo, they market capital is, let's just look at it. And then we're going to close it up, brother, and try to come back, brothers and sisters. They went up $7 today. They got a market capital of $91 billion. Okay, so with CEG, now, all of these companies are high, and, you know, I would have spoke when Donald Trump, when the actual crash was going on, but I think with me already speaking, my last lecture, it was just better for me not to say nothing and let people who know speak, and then let you, if you was listening, let you just see what's going on. So I didn't want to speak during that time period. But these companies are gone now, and I say that because I wanted, initially I was going to come to these companies, but it just, I could never get it in. But it's CEG, it's GEV, CEG, GEV, they went up 22. Ooh, we crushed it today. I got some shares of this. Okay, yeah, it's GEV and VST. And damn, they didn't crush it today, right? Okay, so let's understand. Now, these stocks are high, brothers and sisters. And, you know, I can shed a tear right now and make me cry when you ain't got no money coming in. And let me show you the graph again. When you right here and you in a margin call, even though the margin call was 1,300, and again, just to go back on the margin call, when it's at 1,300, you will get the warning where, look, we about to sell your shit. They say immediately put money on your books or we might have to sell your stock to get our money. Now, this is the highest I done went up. They might let you go up to 2,000. I talked to the one Caucasian customer service. He said, look, they had so many margin calls that this is a low number. So you can rock the margin call and just wait until everything go back up. So that's what I did. I didn't even buy no more stock. Like if I didn't see 2 G's on my thing where I had 2 G's cash, I wouldn't buy no more stock. But right here, when everything got hit the fan, it was at 1,300. But I had right here, I had 4,300. That's why I say I had to sit the bench. Right here is for the big time investors. You ain't getting none of that on camera. I'm sorry, brothers and sisters, but right here is the big time investors when you got billions and you. So the game, brothers and sisters, is that, look. Now I'm gonna get back to these stock too, but say you got AMD. I got say I got 25 shares at AMD at $130. Right? Now, at this point right here, AMD was at $86. I want to say at $80. No, I think it was at $76. I think Nvidia was at, I was looking for Nvidia to be 80, but AMD was at $76. So if you got 25 shares at $130, what you do when you got money is how they made so much money. Let's understand. Donald Trump, President Trump, as president, what did I say, April 8th? It was April 9th. On April 9th, the stock market set the record. That means in the history of the stock market, it had never went up in one day as much as it went up that day, one day, April 9th. I'm going to say it again. In the history of the stock market, and Donald Trump brought that record, in the hit now. Look now, he done already, now that 1 day record, it didn't make up for the loss, but it's making up for it now. But you gotta look at so many people that don't understand and they sell at a loss and they don't have the patience. They done sold right here, brothers and sisters. Or they done sold, Lord forbid, they done sold right here like, damn, it's over, let me sell everything. No, the market, well, it's just a little bit higher than this. But on my other platform, we above where we were. Well, we in a profit now. Now, I ain't make thousands, but that's on a certain level being greedy. So I got to always watch that to be appreciative. But on my other platform, on my Cash App joint, we up. But let's understand, on April 9th, the stock market went up the highest in 1 day it has ever went up. I seen my joint, I was like, damn. I ain't never seen in 1 day my stock market my portfolio went up 18%. 1 day, but I was down 38%. Like I had lost 38% of my portfolio, the value. But in that 1 day, it went up 18%, where I got back some of this 38%. And then look, that's why I tell you it's a hustle. That's why we black people, you got to learn to separate, build for yourself, and get the hell on. Remember what God say. Remember what God say in the book of Genesis now. Okay, but look. Then Donald Trump told the people to look, buy stock this day right here, the morning. And the shit went up. He set the record. But it was because of some news. He cut back on some tariffs or something. Something he did. So my whole point with AMD being at $76 to get focus is that if you got 25 shares at 130 and then it dropped to $76, well shit, you done lost some money. Every $10, you done lost $250. So you talking about 20, 10, 30, so that's shit, $750. So by the time you done lost about $1,500. But listen, that's an unrealized gain. Unrealized. That just means the value you have invested in this company, it just went down. It used to be 130, now it's at 76. You ain't sold it. So it's unrealized. But if you sell it, which so many people did, then shit, you would have lost that $1,500. But what you do, brothers and sisters, is that if it's at the bottom, they even had people say, look, we think now, I think right here they thought it was at the bottom and it dropped a little bit more. But again, I sold out on Thursday. So I think if you would have brought on Monday, you would have lost a little bit. But if you would have went in on Monday how I went in, okay, but at $76, you got 25 shares. So what the people that's balling, what the people that's acting, like I sat the bench. I didn't get injured. My margin was only 1,300. Normally I would have had this, they would have sold some of my stuff. I would have lost so much money. But at $76, what you do, brothers and sisters, is that if you got 25 shares, you buy 100. So now you got 125 shares. And what that does is that changes this price right here from 130, $1 cost averages. You got 25 shares at 130, but now you got 100 shares at $76. So that's like almost like a 1-to-3 ratio. It's a 1-to-4 ratio. For every one share you have at 130, you have 4 shares at $76. So that's going to split. So that's going to drop your joint to about $80. Allah forbid you get 1,000 shares. You get 10,000 shares, which is what they did. They brought 10,000 shares at $76, where the price they was at $76. They was right there with Donald Trump. And that's the game. And look, let's look at what AMD is right now. I even got money with AMD. Well, this is important. Let me see AMD. What is that? Okay. AMD is at $112. It was at $76. So what I'm saying, brothers and sisters, that you would have had, If you would have bought 10,000 shares at $76, remember you were sick when it dropped. Well, you wasn't really sick because you had the money as leverage. But it was at 130. It's $1 billion. You don't even want to see the analytics on how good the company is. You was down 1,500 at $76. Okay, look, Trump with these tariffs, he peeling back. I think we at the bottom. Let's get 10,000 shares. You would have had 10,000 shares. What's that? 86, 96, 106. We're just going to say $40. $40? Is it $40? Yeah, I'm looking. Okay. So it then went up $40 in a week, 2 weeks. You put them zeros on that. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that can't be. Yeah, that's 400,000. So just in 2 weeks, you would have made 40 G's on one stock. We talk about the entire stock market, S&P 500, the best 500 countries in the world. The best 500 companies in the world. If we Google or we ask AI, let's just ask AI that. We getting kind of late into the game, brothers and sisters. So let's ask AI this question before we shut it down. From the S&P companies on stock market, U.S., do I have to, yeah, I probably wouldn't know, it's the S&P, right? Stock market, what is revenue? We're just going to do general revenue instead of net revenue. What is net revenue? What is revenue production? I'm going to say production. I'm using that word incorrectly, but I pray the computer understand. What is revenue? I should have said total revenue. It seems you're asking about how okay, yeah, okay. No. If you add the total revenue created from each SP stock company. No, if you add the total revenue created from each SP stock company, what is that value? Now again, brothers and sisters, you can understand my stock market terminology illiteracy, so you can still be patient. Okay, let's see what it says. He says, the computer says a massive figure combined as a massive figure. Okay, say 18, okay, look now. Let me see where we are. Okay. This is what the computer, let's understand this. Because we ain't trying to come back here. We're trying to get this money. 6,200. February 19th. This was April 8th. All right, this is where we at now. This is where we at now. Look where we at now. So AI just said that the S&P generates total revenue 20 trillion. The only thing that changed with these companies that make 20 trillion a year, these companies on the S&P 500, they bring in $20 trillion a year. The only thing that changed the value of this company is what this one man that's the president what he say he gonna do, which he now says he's not gonna do, which is why you see it going back to where it was, which is the hustle. Okay. But so what happened was that it was CEG, it was GEV, and it was VST. Let me make sure, is it VST? Let me make sure it's VST. So in listening to Mr. Fane, right? Yeah, VST. Okay, these are energy companies, nuclear energy companies that create electricity. Somewhere down the line, AI is going to have to use electricity. Like you need electricity to keep all that going. And each one of these are fresh. Yo, I think each one of these companies, I think they only go back as far as 2022, which is real good. And I think, they just was... Each one of these right here was in the toilet. And I didn't have no money. So what happened was, they was already dropping. And I was looking at Mr. Fane. Mr. Fane say, you got a parachute, that whole hustle. But you got to learn how to parachute with S&P 500 companies. That's where the money is. Like Dr. Watkins said one time that you could buy $10,000 worth of a penny stock, but it would be better to buy however much money, or let me say it like this. It'll be better to put $10,000 on an S&P 500 stock that's making money versus buying 100 million shares of a penny stock. So you got to learn that. So in the same type of mindset, instead of parachuting, like you buy 100 shares or 1,000 shares of a dollar stock, no, you just you buy 1 share or 2 shares or 10 shares of a blue chip stock or an S&P stock with a market capital of 400 or 500 billion. That's how you do it. So and understanding that, right? I'm gonna tell you what happened, right? So each one of these had dropped. So I was like, F it, I'm tired of it, right? So I'm gonna go in. So I went in. I brought a lot of shares of this. I brought a lot of shares of this. I brought a lot of shares of that. But then I got caught up in this whole tariff situation. See, these stocks was already dropping because they had just went up crazy. I had caught a little bit on that, on the upside, but now it was going down, right? So they had dropped about 4 or 5%. So I was like, let me go in when I seen that. And then their graph looked so good, and they damn near IPO, and then they energy companies, and then with the allure of a recession, energy companies. So everything was just positive, but them tariffs dropped all of that, right? So I was down on all of these, and let me just, cause I'm about to close it up, and I say again, I don't know, brothers and sisters, like the stock market high now. I don't really want to sell no positions at this point because I done got in pretty good at a low point. Like I got a lot of good stock at a low point. Like I was telling you, Riot, let's see what Riot, then Bitcoin and came through. Everybody listen now. The whole time this was dropping, Trump was behind the scenes with America legalizing Bitcoin. And it was nice how it was done because while these people, while the stock market was dropping, you had states in America that was making Bitcoin a part of their protocol. You know how powerful that is? But they hid it. Bitcoin dropped to like 77,000. But Texas and Utah and the actual presidency, Congress, they just implemented like Bitcoin funds into a portfolio for the state. But Bitcoin ain't necessarily like they kept it as a sleeper for now. Yo, Bitcoin about to go out the chain. Bitcoin about to go out the chain. So you had Riot. Look now, When Bitcoin go up, Riot go up. Shit, Riot was like at 630 something. You can be poor and buy 1,000 shares of Bitcoin. Let's see where Riot at now. And Mara, this is another one, Mara. It's at 880. Yo, you talking about, so okay. Okay. So let's look at this. So again, brothers and sisters, I don't know, like to get in now, you can't go in heavy. I just say take it slow. I'm gonna start over again. I feel a little bit better because I didn't lose, and like the lady said, it vetted your portfolio. So now it's just seeing what's going on. And again, we're not trying to go back and forth. And if Donald Trump make this move, we just gonna listen. We're gonna make strategic, smart investing. We're gonna take it slow, and over a long period of time, we're gonna build wealth. Always understand now. What's the brother name again? Damn, I forgot his name. But anyway, Warren Buffett. Before all of this madness, let's look at that. Like I was beating myself in the head for so long. Cause I was like, damn, we should have seen, or I should have seen. Like, could I have seen that? Like, cause look, on my one portfolio, my stock looked like this. This is what it looked like. So when you hear Dr. Watkins talk about that time factor, he said he can make anybody a millionaire, just how much amount of time you have. So this is like, I mean, this ain't a lot of time, but it's a month. It's just a month. But I lost that month. And what God was showing me was that, look, if I would have sold here, then regrouped, it would have did this. That's when you know you the shit. That's when you can start pumping that Jay-Z and that Kanye and that Nasir and really pumping that Wu-Tang, right? Right? Like that's when you can really play them types of songs. Now you can't play them songs you doing this. You can be with your wife and love your wife though. You can rap to her off a Wu-Tang beat. But no, but when you right here and you hear that the S&P is at a record 6,200, and you can put together the Caucasian say it's the worst thing about to come, and you realize he talking about Trump being as president, and then Trump telling you he gonna do tariffs. That's not really, and then you see that and be like, look, I wouldn't have done that initially, because I was like, no, I'm gonna see what God say. So that's what the learning is. But then when God tell you, listen, sell everything you got, and we gonna see what happened. That's what Warren Buffett did. Warren Buffett sold all his shares, and then he let you know, because he did the ETF. The ETF is the last thing you want to get rid of, unless it's about to be bad. But in all of that, it wasn't as bad, I don't think. Like, I mean, it wasn't really that bad for me. Yeah, I lost, but shit, I've been losing. I'm black in America. We got other things now. You know, I'm still like, damn, I need some money for my, again, my wife, right? Trying to put myself together, but, not really. As Jesus says, is as Jesus does. Walk as Jesus. But to see that, and then to have your joint go up, that's when you really doing it. When you're doing something, when you can get a gold chain, right? If I would have did that, I might have bought a gold chain, right? Like a little gold joint. I don't know. So again, I say all that to say that I don't know how you approach the start. And then look, brothers and sisters, he's still the president, right? They gonna do it again. So how do you position yourself? Okay, so how I can end this? I still had a lot to talk about. I wanted to bring in again we wanted to look at the first stages of atomic physics. Let's just see if we can go to the page right quick, if I can keep my thought. Let's go to the first page of atomic physics. We coming off of spring 2025, spring 2025. We slowly making progress, brother, with this doctorate in mathematics. Cathode rays and positive rays, so that's some good. Matter is made up of a very large number of extremely small entities known as atoms. Again, laws of electrolysis. So we're gonna look at electrolysis initially, and then they get okay. So that's this right here. So we're gonna try to get to that. And I did want to look at partials, the heat equation, the heat flow equation, heat distribution, heat distribution, how heat flows in open space. And this is the equation. It's a partial with respect to time. Then you have a constant. It's squared with respect to space, movement. So we wanted to look at that. And spring semester 2025, it was okay. I believe I either got 2 A's or I got 2 B's. It just depends on the CAD was real good. We ended up building like it's one thing when you have an example, they walk you through the example. We built a tiger robot, mechanical tiger robot. It had wheels on it, like for a little child. You had the motor, you had to create all of that. Had to create the parts, you had to assemble it, you had to put it together. It's actually real good. Where then they even show you the motion of it. They give you, it's actually very, very good. That was the first assignment with this CAD class. The second assignment, we had to create a motor case. When we dealing with ball bearings, it was like gears, making gears in the shaft and getting it to turn, and it's sitting in the case. So we had to build all of that. And then once you build the replica from the CAD, you send it with the measurements. We had a drawing sheet. We had to do all of that. You do the drawing sheet where the person looks at the drawing sheet of your parts. Like it's actually real good, right? Got the measurements. And from your drawing sheet, it's called 3D printing, where they actually print 3D with some type of plastic, or you can send it to like a mechanical shop where they actually build it. Actually very good. Look now, if you got some money, it's almost like if you got money to publish a book, right? You know the book publisher, shit, you just pay them, they publish your junk, ship it right to your house. I wanted to do something like if I had a couple $1 million, do beach balls. You know, black people, we got a nice color scheme. You take some of them nautical shirts, some of them Ralph Lauren polo shirts, that color scheme, and you put it on some beach balls, right? You do the CAD on it, design it on the CAD, give it its circumference, what type of material, and then with the mechanical tire brothers and sisters, they gave you the material gold, so you can make it. It was just real nice. So then we was doing Python, right? You know, I kind of flopped on the final. I didn't flop on the multiple choice. I didn't do as good as I want to, but I was looking for like that, cause I actually was prepared, right? Like after we took the midterm, I did good on multiple choice, even though we had a lot of help. But I still studied, and I did good. Out of 50 questions, I only missed 3 questions, right? And this time we had 100 questions, but I missed 24 questions, and I was kind of disappointed. I was upset with my performance on that. Now, actually doing the code, nah, I'm still a novice. Like, and I was kind of sick. Like, so for the midterm, like you talking about homework and all that, them straight A's. But the midterm, the multiple choice was good, but when I had to actually do a code, again, with that slave mentality, like what it is again, it's behind the veil, so it's not straightforward at you in your face. Like, let me give you an example. Some call an assignment. This is high level computer code, Python language. So you have to get the code to work. you got to create what we call an assignment. So we say the assignment is system. We say system equals hot. So we have just created an assignment called systems. Now we can call this assignment in a code further down in our coding. So then we want to say print. We don't even have to, we just say systems. So we didn't just call this assignment where on the computer screen output, if you download the pipe, this is a code. If you download this simple code on your computer and you output, if you execute the code on your computer screen, it'll say system. No, excuse me. See, there it is again, right? That's real fast thinking. That's the slave mentality as far as like my answer. Even in fast thinking, I should have said hot. But in this code right here, we create the assignment, we equal it to hot, then we call the assignment with a print command, and we put system, and this print command will print hot. So what I was confusing, and this is just with everything I was doing, I've been trying to learn, like we've been trying to learn how to do this since community college with calculus. Because calculus, they got something called parametric, and this is actually real good. Parametric is when you have something like y equals x squared, then over here you might have something like z equals t squared. But t squared is equal to like x squared plus y. So then you can say that y is equal to t squared minus x squared, right? Or you can say that y plus x squared is equal to t squared, and then you can substitute this right here into z, and you say z is equal to y. See, it's still, again, this trickery, the monkey. It's tricks, playing tricks. Now we're doing tricks with mathematics. So when I took the midterm, it was a real basic code, and I was kind of disgusted. Because again now, even though we don't know, no, I don't put out no garbage, especially with no professor that's looking at my junk, right? So I came up short on that one. Because I could, like, my problem is this. This is what we have as black people in America from slavery. Instead of how, okay, so what's going on is that instead of saying, why doesn't the code just say we're going to print hot? Why don't we just create a code like that? Well, we ain't created this language. You talking about Caucasian people that's hiding knowledge. They hiding the knowledge. You talking about computer programming. You know what you can do with this? This is just a front door. So they hide the knowledge. So why don't you create the command? Well, shit, you got to create it. Why don't you come out with your own business to do that? So this is what we're looking at. And I don't even know if that's possible. So again, look too now. It's like distribution. Instead of putting all that pressure on this vial right here, we're going to distribute the pressure. We're going to put a little bit here. We're going to put a little bit here. We're going to put a little bit here, a little bit here. And then this part right here is right here. So you got 100 pounds. Say we do 25 pounds here, 50 pounds here, 25 pounds here. And then, or we say 15 pounds here, 10 pounds here. So instead of this whole 100 pounds on this part right here, now it's only 10 pounds. So it could be that too, right? But my problem is that if the teacher, professor would have gave a midterm saying create a code that prints system, I wouldn't have known how to do it because I'm still one-dimensional. Well, we create the code to print hot, but that's not what time it is. And that's with the whole discipline of education. With the teachings of Moses, math analysis, just tricks with numbers. So with this final, I had a little bit, but I ain't come off like I wanted to. So I don't know, I might have got a B. But if I didn't get a B, I got an A, which is good. So that means I got 2 A's. So we preparing for this fall, right? We took that computer walk. Now it's fall 2025, inshallah. We about to get busy. So we're going to get a little bit closer to that graduate school and just seeing what's going on. Okay. So having said all of that, let's look at these stocks. And when I say, brothers and sisters, build you up a little money capital, Cash App is good. Again, you got over 2 G's, open up something. These are the stocks you should look at. CEG, VST, GEV, MPWR. These are just initially. MU, MU back to $95. So you might have missed that. I mean, you could say, like if you go back before the tariffs, at $95, it was low. That was bad. They was looking for it to go up to like 130. So I don't know now, brothers and sisters. But these are some definite money makers. These right here, money makers. APLD is still out there. Everything is really pretty much still out. Okay, so let's look at, so remember now, let's go back to the smart investors, way back. You got to look at this right here. So we're going to get in. This is where I'm really focusing. When they talk about the transfer of wealth, it's your ignorance transferring wealth from up here, all these high-ass price stocks, to the same type stocks in the same sectors. Microchip sector, Abercrombie and Finch, A&F, yo, they got a crazy looking graph. But they down so much, they make so much money, I would put them out there. Datadog is a good one. Datadog dropped. I got a real good price on Datadog, but Datadog is still so low that you might, let's see what it did. Let's see what it did today. Datadog is DDOG. The Datadog crushing it. So look now, these like MU, Datadog, CEG, VST, GEV, MPWR. These are stocks. These two right here deal with data storage. Remember now, the only reason why AI works so well is because it brings in so much information from everywhere. That's data storage. You got to store the data somewhere. These deal with electricity, so it's just building your portfolio and really, brothers and sisters, just being patient and just knowing the correct time to get in. I wouldn't get in right now, no way. I would just, okay, so let's go back to that, to smart investors. So you got DATS. I like DATS. I can't really give you no expertise on none of this, because how I really look or vet the stock, I really do experience. So if it's an AI stock, market capital, but I'm not really experienced on that. But we still got AE, HR out there. I don't really know what to say, brothers and sisters. To just wait for it to drop again. Will it drop? Like, will it drop how it, like, will it crash how it just crashed? Probably so. How long do you have to wait to get in where you know you ain't gonna lose? Like, I would mess with probably Walmart, but Walmart might suffer. Because Walmart dropped, but Walmart, again, really back to when it was still low. Walmart low now. But again, Walmart might be one of them companies that's actually going to be hit very, very hard. Like when this tariff actually takes place, remember now, the tariffs are on hold for 90 days. That's a good way to get in or to introduce what's going on. Tariffs are on hold, what my brother say, till July. They're on hold for 90 days. It can only be good news. The only way this won't go into effect is that it's good news. So that's either way, that's a win-win. So you might be good, like you can be good, like you ain't gonna catch that 10, 15, 20, 25, 30% increase, but you might catch like, I mean, MU at 95, you might catch it to like 105. I mean, them things is going up though. But, so you got till July. Now come July, if he ain't worked out no deals, now look, the stock market not gonna crash because he ain't worked out no deals. Only probably June, if it come June and he ain't worked out no deals, but he already said they're getting along with China. But if he ain't worked out no deals come June, then start looking that everything gonna be going down. Other than that, it can only go up because it's only gonna be good news. But always understand now, and this is something that people don't really focus on, across the board, he's still doing 10% tariffs. Now, for him to backtrack on that, shit, you talking about the S&P going up to 7,000, which is something he will do, because I already understand now, when he's no longer the president, he gonna be telling people, and when he drinking that Hennessy, if he drank, yo, what you talking about? You mean to tell me you ain't make no money April the 9th? Understand now, look, that's in his resume. Even though he dropped it, he got the record while he was president. Don't think, listen now, that's his trophy. He got the record while he was president. The stock market set the single increase in rate, I can't even pronounce it. But he set the record for the highest day for the stock market ever to go up in one day. Donald Trump did that, President Trump. So come July, if these tariffs go through, everything, look now, everything still gonna be getting taxed. And he's still gonna tax China now. So the stock market gonna drop. So that might be a good time to get in. So this is what God says, brothers and sisters. Right now, if you ain't even, if you already involved, then you know. But if you just thinking about getting in, the first thing you should do, market capital, get you a market capital. Can you just get you a market capital? You got to save. So that's, you know that. So if you ain't just got no money, take the time right now. Because look, the stock market going to crash again now. It's going to crash 20, 30%. Yo, you do not want to miss that money. As far as you being in poverty, not you being, not you being prodigal. You getting your ass up out of poverty. So if you got a market capital, look at, I don't even know how you would do it. What I have found out is that, again, we talking about the transfer of wealth from these high price stocks to these stocks that's just fresh, that's coming up, is that even when your stock market portfolio is up, if you scroll through your portfolio, some of the stocks you have will be down, like 4 and 5%. Like I had a couple stocks yesterday that were down, and then you turn around, they up, like you know what I'm saying? So that's the transfer of wealth. What's a couple that I remember that were down that I went in on? I can't necessarily remember. Nah, I can't remember. It was a couple of good ones too. Damn, I can't remember. Let me see if I can remember just one, right? Nah, I can't even remember just one. Gold, okay, this ain't really a good one. I mean, it's good, right? But IAUM was down. That's a good ETF, gold ETF. That's a whole separate world, how to freak these ETFs. Yo, you can get busy all kind of ways. But the IAUM was down yesterday. It was down like 2%. So I bought a couple shares, and I bought some shares of this, right? Like POK, they was down. That's what they dealing with, diabetes. I don't know, that's not gonna just take off. But I think long term it might. Humana's down. Yo, Humana is actually real good. Let me see what they did today, right? I went in on Humana a little bit. No, damn Humana. Why it dropped? Damn, it dropped $17. Fatiha went in on it. That's why. You see what I'm saying? Why it dropped like that, though, right? Why they say Humana dropped? Damn, that shit didn't drop $17. Which is not bad, right? Well, it's bad because did I buy 100 shares? I pray I ain't buy no $100. Damn, I might have bought $100. Let me see how much I bought it at. Just on camera, right? Let me see something. Did I buy $100 worth of this joint? They dropped that joint. See what I'm saying now? The stock market then went up. But Humana, Fatiha. But Trump did say he was going to decrease. That might have something to do with he said he was going to do the decrease the price of no, I brought $25. Well, the $25 is like $100 to me, right? Okay, thank you Almighty. Yeah, I thought I brought $100 or something though, right? I thank you Almighty Allah for that. I think maybe at one time I brought $100. No, I don't know. Let me see something. Hold on a minute, brothers and sisters. We on camera. We just talking, right? Let me see if I done bought $100 of this stock. Okay, let me see. No, let me do it like this. Okay, everything is kind of up, right? Okay, so Humana and APLS. Now, both of these stocks I would approach very cautiously. But if you got if you own Cash App, you got about $300 or $400, I would put $50. I really want to say $100. I would put I would put $25. $25 on Humana and $25 on APS. If you look at APS, yo, I let APS go again. Remember I gave you the one story where we was up APLS. I could have made thousands, but I didn't know. But I was up 400. Then they blocked this company in Europe, and it ain't never really recovered since then. Now it's at $17. If you look at the graph, no, they still the same company. The only thing is that their procedure is very difficult. Like, it's very difficult. That's the only problem with this company, is that they have, I'm not going to say it's a cure, but they have a way to actually alleviate that pain with that customer. But the process is it's not painful, but it's complicated. And people see that. They ain't trying to like, no, you can't, if you ain't no aspirin, right? But let me look at Humana and see if, let me see if I done spent $100. If I ain't spent no $100, I might go in again, right? No, I ain't never win. Okay, how much money I got on? No, I still got too much money on that though, right? How the hell I got, so I did go in. Damn, I done lost too much money on that. At this time right here, you see what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? The only thing I've been doing is $25 a day. No, well, not a day, but yo, I done spent $25 every now and then, and it's at $355. That's how much I've invested. And I done lost $25 on my junk. So should I go in again? Look at the graph, how it's going up. Yeah, I probably should go in. Should I go in again? Let me go in again on $25. We don't want to be stupid. And I shouldn't even do it on camera because my mind is not correct. But, you know, just to buy the dip. So let's see what happens. I should have read why, so that's why I say, brothers and sisters, it's the stalker. And I don't really know what's going on. You got to be real careful. Like if you are listening to the whisperer, let me get out of all of this. No, you don't want to be, you know, you say, well, you can't get caught. You can't get caught with insider trading. You know, they whisper you, buy this stock. Like the whisper of the slaves to make you a slave now. How you try, listen now, how they gonna trap you? Well, they trap you in your sins. You ain't supposed to be listening to no devil, no way. But it's the money involved. Yo, buy this stock right here. It's gonna go up 400. We gonna help you, right? So okay. Let's internet Google Humana to see if we get some news, just to see why it's dropping. Cause they gonna call you now. They gonna solicit you. They want to make sure that they really understand that. They want to make sure that you really telling the truth about them going to the hellfire. Okay, what they say news about this? Let's see the news. Okay, they cut. Okay, they cut. Okay, they got. Oh, they made a 451,000 investment. Why they cut? Okay, why they cut? Let's see why they cut the stock. Okay, no, they talking about one individual analyst. Okay, that's what I was saying, like the stalker, right? Caucasian people know Fatiha. Okay, he cut it from 325 to 305. He still maintained a hold on it. No, hell no. If we go to the earnings report, well, no, correction. Let's go to the earnings report. Let's go to the earnings report. And we're going to close it up with this. Let's see, they had one April 30th. Let's just get a quick estimate. Okay, hold on a second. Did they say Humana was dealing something? Yeah, they do say Humana, but it's not that serious with the Department of Justice. And it's not that they taking them to court. They just filing like some type of, they making a note. Okay, let's read if Ruder's going to give it to us. Okay, they said they beat their profits by a large margin, but we also understand it too is margin. It's how much money they made and how much money they made and the expectation. They keep saying big profit beat. Let's read this right here. Okay, this is Humana. Results affirms full. Okay, then they affirm their guidance. Reports earnings 1030. Okay, I don't understand that. Adjusted 1158. Okay, they didn't make it simple for us, so I don't understand that language. Ratio and line comes. Okay, there's. They don't talk about that money though. How much money did they make? Okay, hold on a second. Okay, they up from 24 first quarter. Yeah, they way up per share. Okay, so this is a buying moment? Okay. So I say this is a buying moment. Humana's down. Listen, brothers and sisters, if you look at that graph, you'll be like, damn, Humana is down $17. And how I've been doing it lately is when you look at how I've been going in on stocks now, I look at where they were when they dropped on April 8th. I look at that point to where they are now. If they not too far from where they are, as far as like if they price didn't drop a large amount at this time right here, that means people ain't really sell it. That means people keeping on to it, holding it. So I go in on stocks like that. So with Humana, I think the worst Humana is down lower now than during this time right here. So I would go in. It's at two what? Let's see. It's at 230 something, 235. Yo, it was just at 500. It's at 235 right now. So I might, after I get off the phone, I might go in again. I want to go in with that 100, but I don't want to be stupid. Right? And then this is not a Humana, even though it can be a quick flip, like they'll catch the spirit and go up. Humana's kind of slow paced, but they graph, but then I got to look too, their graph is like this. So this is smart investors. Let's look at their graph one more time, and then we're going to close it up, brothers and sisters. Okay, they down 1680. See, when Mr. Fame be talking about parachuting, like if you go in, should I go in? I might go in right now. Oh, I could probably go in right now, right? If I'd have went in right here, well, I wouldn't have really known it right there. You talking about $2? So what is it going to do? Like, let's look at the graph. You see that graph? You see that red? Let's look at the market capital, though. 28 billion? They bringing in 120 billion. They profiting 1.71 billion. 354. It say whole, right? But look, you look at the maximum. See, that's the only thing now. You talking about right here was that $74. That don't mean we can't go back to there. Should I go in on 100? But I don't think Humana. Why would it just drop like that today, though, right? With no news or nothing? The news somewhere, though. So I'm probably not going to go in. I might go in another $25. And then we do have to understand that Donald Trump did say that he was going to make pharmaceuticals cheaper. Let's look at CVS. CVS. Okay, CVS is down. Let's look at Eli Lilly. Eli Lilly only down now, but it's still down, right? Let's look at ELV. Let's see what ELV is doing. Okay, yeah. So let's see. ELV might have some information about what's going on. No, they just talking about it's on the ground. Okay, that complaint ain't what it is, though. Okay, so they not even telling you that Trump said he was going to do that, right? They trying to get away really from what he be saying, because the stock market kind of doing good, right? So they trying to get away from really that he causing the market to crash. But what's another one? I don't know too many health joints, right? Humana. Nah, I'm the only ones I know, right? So okay, with UNH. I'm not, they down $58. Let's look at shit. We might go in on them. Damn. No, we're not going to go in. They ain't never really recovered. Let's look. Hold on a second. Damn, why they down that bad? Shit, they market capital 300 billion. Damn, I might have came. Was it you? Which one where the brother got killed? I don't think I want to mess with this one. Okay, this might be the one where the brother, the CEO got killed. Yeah, they say it's in chaos. When was their earnings report? No, their earnings reports was way long time ago. When was it? When this article come on? Shit, he just came out with that. Shit, he just came out with that, right? Okay, because the people are listening. Okay. So those are something to look at. Where I mess up at is that I'll go in, but I say do go in. I'm not going to mess with that one. Because, that's just a bad vibe. But Humana is down right now. Let's look and see if it's still going up. You see how impatient I am? Well, it's not really being impatient, but what is it, measuring? We just measuring. So we're doing a measurement, point A to point B. Time T, is it going up? Nah, it don't look like it's going to go up. It look like it's going to just stay there for a little second, right? So we might go in one more time with $25. And you see that dip? That's the only thing, like, why it's been dipping like that since. And then if we go max, I'm not going to go in again. I'm going to keep it like this and just see what happens. But I also, too, want you to understand that you see this right here, how it dropped real crazy and just go back up. Look at the pattern. So this might be, I don't know, but it didn't double up a couple times. So those are something to think about. Ahudu, Bilayet.